Very good morning, everyone, and welcome back. So, how are you this morning? So, doing good? Okay. So, are you able to see my screen? Is that is that visible? So, I'm gonna be going and trying to share a screen for VPC. I'm gonna be actually trying to share that what we are gonna be doing for today. Okay. All right. So, do you see everyone joined in? Okay. Are we good? Are we waiting for someone? Are we missing anyone? Any of your colleague? All good? All right. So very nice. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and decide on that what we are going to be going in covering today. Okay. So we are going to be going in setting the agenda for the day and then gonna be moving and starting onto it. All right. Very nice. So uh, we were supposed to continue with the storage part, but actually I'm thinking of moving to the storage to the second half. Okay. Storage is relatively easy and I don't think so I need much of your attention. So as you are fresh this morning, so I'm gonna I would like to use your energy, your fresh mind in the morning. So we're gonna be going and talking about the networking. And within the networking, we're gonna go and talk about the VPC is a one topic where we're gonna be going and managing the private networks for us. Second is gonna be Route 53, and Route 53 is actually a DNS services from Amazon. Okay, Route 53 is a DNS services from Amazon, and we are gonna be going and discussing the Route 53. And then we have one more service called CloudFront. I know we discussed this briefly, CDN, but sorry about that, CDN. So we are actually going to be going and working with it. Okay, we are going to be actually doing the lab with the CDN. Okay, we covered some part of it as a overview, but we are going to be going and looking at that, how exactly it works, how to use it, and what benefits actually provides. Okay, we'll try to document the benefits we have with it. All right, so this is where we are gonna be starting, and I'm gonna say this is part one we already covered, and I'm gonna be going and doing the part two later. Okay, we are gonna be doing the part two here. Okay, so is that okay with everyone? Any questions here so far? Anyone having any doubt here? Okay. All right, very nice. Okay, very nice. So if I'm going to be just doing a quick recap on the VPC part, okay. So we discussed about the VPC, that VPC is actually a private network. Okay, VPC is a private network, and you know that why private network is required, right? Why private network is mandatory for us. If we do not have the private network, we are actually not going to be able to deploy the workload, will not be able to work, right? So that is going to be the challenge one. And with the help of the VPC, we can actually go and segregate the workload. We can actually go and distribute the workload. I can actually go and create multiple private networks. Okay, I can actually go and create multiple private networks and then deploy the workload which belongs to that department, which belongs to that environment. So for example, I can actually go and create one private network for finance department, and I can actually go and add the servers which belongs to the finance department in that private network in that VPC. Similarly, I can create a one network which is going to be dedicated for the production. Okay, I can create that one, and I can actually go and deploy all the production servers in this particular network. So whole idea is to keep all the workload in the separate network and to be able to use it. Okay, and to be able to use it. Okay, so hope this makes sense, guys, right? We are clear about this. This is the basic which we have discussed earlier. We actually now going to be going and taking it one step further. So I'm actually going to be going and talking about something on the networking basics first. Okay, we are going to be going and talking about the networking basics or the networking fundamentals here. All right. So let me bring in a Word document, and I'm going to be trying to explain you the IP address. Okay. So I believe we did talk about the public IP and the private IP. So you remember that we discussed the public IP and we discussed the private IP. So you still remember that part? Okay. So let me quickly refresh that. Okay. So whenever we are actually trying to deploy a machine, so we actually have to go and deploy the machine in the VPC. Okay. So let's say this is my VPC. This is my private network. Okay, this is my private network, and I'm gonna go and have multiple machines within the private network. Okay, I can actually go and work with the multiple EC2 machines in the private network, and those machines can be, they can be Windows machine, can be Linux machine, can be any of the operating system for that sake. Okay, and let's say I'm actually gonna be going and trying to deploy my first server here, and I'm gonna call that one as a server one for me. Okay, I'm gonna be trying to create my first server in the cloud. Now, I actually want to go and access this server over the internet, right? Just now, how we were doing, we are actually trying to access the server from the internet. Okay, so we are actually having a public network. So internet is actually a public network for us. Okay, internet is a public network for us because it is open to the public. Anyone in the public can go and start utilizing that network. And we are going to be trying to use the machine from the public network, right? That is what we are going to be trying to do. So if you want to go and access the server from the public network, if you want to consume the server from the public network, you need to use public IP. Okay, so what do we need? We actually need a public IP on it. So let me go ahead and say I'm going to be going and using a public IP here. Okay, so with the help of this public IP, I will be actually able to go and connect to this server. If I do not have public IP, I will not be able to connect, right? And that is something we saw that we are not able to connect to the private IP addresses. Okay, now as I am part of this private network, okay, and if I need to go and participate on this private network, if I need to go and talk to on this private network, I need to have a private IP as well. Let's say I'm going to be having a one more server here, and I'm going to call that as a server 2. And I want this server to be available only within the private network. I don't want it to participate onto the public network. So which means I actually need a private IP for this machine. Okay, I actually need a private IP for this machine. So I will be able to use the public IP for accessing a machine on the internet. But when it comes to two machines to talk to internally, okay, two machines to talk to the two machines to talk on the private network, we actually need a private IP. So this means these two machines are going to be able to talk to each other on the private IP address. Okay, this is how these two machines are going to be talking. So server 1 is going to be talking to server 2 with the help of the private IP. Okay, so is that fine? All right. We're actually going to be going and trying to show you this very quickly over on the console. Let me actually go and take you to the console here. Okay, so I'm gonna go and log into my console here. Let's go and log in there. And the first thing we are going to be going and checking is that what is the utilization, how much the billing look like on our account. Okay, let's go and check that out. All right, so I'm logged into my console here, and I'm going to be going and trying to check the billing dashboard. Okay, so from my menu option on the top, I'm going to be going and selecting the my billing dashboard. So please let me know if you are also there on the screen. All right, so here I am, and to me it is still showing my utilization is 0. So let me know what your utilization is showing up here. Okay, thank you, Sri. It's 0 for you. Okay, Shubham 0, Rahul is 0. Perfect. Very, very nice. Okay, that is really, really awesome. Okay, that is really, really great. So which means we are actually able to manage our account very well. We are actually able to work with our free tier services very well. Okay, we are creating them in the right way, and we are actually going and deleting them in the right way. Okay, so great job, everyone. Okay, that's a very, very nice thing. So the second thing which I would like you to go and check it out is now, do you see that service usage being presented to you here? That how much of the storage, how much of the EC2, how much of the other services you are using. Do you see some kind of a number showing up here? Very nice. And looks like we still have a lot of quota which is available under the free tier which we still need to consume, right? We still have lot many resources available for us which we can go and use. All right. Okay, very nice. So this is good. So let's go back to the EC2 dashboard. Okay, let's go back to the EC2 dashboard here. So I'm here under the compute services and I'm going to be going and jumping over to the EC2 service. All right. So as I come and check it out, the instances I do have here, it says you do not have any of the instances right now running in this particular region. And that is true. That is right. We really don't have anything right now here in this particular region. So what we are going to be doing is we are actually going to be trying to create one other server. I'll say I want to create a server and I would like to go and create Windows server. So we will choose Microsoft Windows Server 2019 base. Okay. And Nitish, you should be able to do this exercise. Okay, you should be able to work. You don't need any kind of a previous information for this. Should be good. Okay, so I'm gonna select that I want to use the Windows Server 2019 base. Okay, that is selected, and T2 Micro is good for me. I'm okay using the free tier server. Okay, so here I'm actually going to be going and trying to use the default network with all the default options. Okay, all this is good for me. Default storage is good, and I'm going to actually call this one as Windows Server 1. Okay, this is Server 1 for us. So I'm going to go and mention this is Server 1 for me. All right. And then I'm going to go and click on say configure the security groups. And I'm going to go and use the same security group which we have, that is the NSCIT. Okay. I already have the HTTP, SSH, and RDP as a part of it. Okay, I already have all these part of it. So which is good, which is fine. If you do not have firewall, right? In case Nitish, you don't see the firewall over there. That's fine. Go and create a new one. Say create new firewall, and just choose name. Just call that one as my firewall. Okay, you need not to go and add all that stuff. Not required. Is that okay, Nitish? All right. I'm gonna go and move next and gonna say let's launch this server. I do have the key which is available. So Nitish, you need to actually go and create a new key for yourself. Okay, you can actually give any name you like. So I have given a NSCIT AWS key. You can say my AWS key and download and then create this server. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna be going and launching this server. Okay. And it's gonna go and show me the okay. I do have one server which is gonna be starting here right now. Okay, so it's gonna be booting up here. So I'm gonna go and create one more server, I'm gonna say launch instance, and this server is again gonna be the Microsoft Windows Server base here. Okay, it's gonna be same the Windows server, and T2 micro is fine for this. All right, and this time I'm actually gonna be going and making a small change here. I'm gonna say I don't need a public IP for my server. You see, the public IP is enabled here by default. Okay, we do have this public IP which is enabled here by default. So I'm gonna say no, I do not wish to use this public IP here. Okay, I do not want to use this public IP here. All right. So I'm gonna go and choose this option as disabled. So by default, public IP is automatically allotted to your machine. Okay, and we can go and choose say I do not need a public IP. So private IP is mandatory, right? Private IP is mandatory, and we do not have a control on the private IP. Okay, I do not have control on the private IP. I cannot say I don't want that. Okay, I do not have I say I don't need it. Okay, so I'm gonna choose disable. Rest all the options are gonna stay the same. Okay, rest we don't have to make any kind of change at all. The default storage and tag, I'm gonna call this server 2 this time. Okay, I'm gonna go and call server 2 this time. Okay, so after selecting this, I'm gonna go and use the same security group. Okay, I'll be able to go and select the same security group here, and then gonna go and launch the server using the same key. Okay, no changes here. Okay, so I paused and shows the changes where we need. Otherwise, there are no further changes. Okay, let's go and check it out, and it's gonna show that we do have both the servers here running. So I will select the first server, and you will find the first server is gonna be having a public IP, and the first server is gonna be having the private IP as well. Okay, which means the server one will be able to participate on the public network, the server one will be able to participate on the private network as well. But in case if I'm going to be going and making a selection for the server 2, so server 2 looks a little different. I do not have a public IP, but I do have the private IP. Okay, so we do not we do not have the public IP available here. Okay, the public IP is missing, but but we do have the private IP. This means this particular server will not be able to participate on the public network, but this server will be able to participate on the private network. Is this the same for you? Is it showing the same way for you as well? Are you able to see this information? Okay, all right, awesome, very nice. Okay, very nice. Now we are going to be going and trying to connect to this server one. Let me get the credentials and I'm going to be trying to jump on it. So I'm going to say I would like to connect to the server one. I'll choose the RDP client. I do have the server name, and I'm going to be going and using the remote desktop connection here. Okay, let me pull remote desktop connection. Okay, this is the remote desktop connection I have, and I'm going to be going and using the server name which I have copied here. Okay, and then I'm going to go and say connect. It's going to be asking me the username and the password. I do have the username. I will get the password. And while retrieving the password, I need to provide the key which we have downloaded earlier. So I'm using the key and gonna be providing this key and trying to use it. Okay, I got the password as well, and I'm all set to log into this box. I do trust this server, and I'm all good. Okay. All right. So yes, I logged in here. So very soon it is actually going to be going and showing us the desktop, and that is great. Okay. Now I will actually go and try to log into the second server I have. Okay, I'll go and try to connect to the second server. But for the second server, I do not have the public IP. And if I try to connect on the private IP, I will not be able to connect. Okay, so the private IP is something only available in the private network. Okay, so go ahead and try to create the connection on the private IP. Try to connect on it. Okay, okay, sure. Nitish, you want to share your screen? Yep, absolutely. So I'm just gonna be, I'm just sending the rights to you. Okay. All right.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Nitish. Yep, we see your screen.
So, from the starting steps, sir, you told that create a screen, sir. I'm not getting how to create.
Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, just cancel this one. We'll walk you through quickly. Just cancel the screen.
Okay, sir.
You have a cancel button there, right? Now, come down where you have a review and launch button on the bottom of the page. We have a cancel option there.
So, yes, cancel.
No, Nitish, you have actually stopped sharing it. You need to share your screen. Okay, yeah. On this screen, at the bottom of the screen, you have a cancel option.
हमारी प्रैक्टिस चालू है लेकिन पीसी में ना भेजने की शादी चाहिए
Okay, so for some reason,
अभी
your
पेट
screen is
क्लास ना
disappearing. So not able to see that now.
ना भेजी जा रही है आज कैंसिल करके उनके शुक्रवार को So is it
No, we cannot see your screen, Nitish.
so sir, should I start sharing or you are going to guides from the starting?
Yeah, start. Start sharing your screen. We'll guide you over there. Okay, when you share your screen, I will uh, I will guide you with the steps. Okay, so go ahead and share your screen first. Okay, all right. Just log into the you log into your account. Okay,
Yes.
so here let's select the EC2. Okay, the first thing is you need to select the right region. So on the top we have multiple regions, and on the upper right hand side corner you see Ohio. Next to it,
Yes. Sir.
no, next to your name. Yeah, click in here, select the first option, Virginia. Yep, we need to work in here in Virginia. Okay, we are going to be doing all the work here in Virginia.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so now we are here in Virginia and we are working with the EC2 service, and we will be able to create a Windows machine here. So scroll down, you will find there's going to be a button there called launch instance. Okay, yeah, that orange button.
So
This one, yep.
so,
Select one and launch instance, yes. Okay, so it's going to be asking you some questions that which type of machine you want to create, right? So we need to select, we want to create a Windows server,
yes, sir.
right? Just scroll it down and we'll select the Windows.
This, sir.
Yep, that is right. And then it'll say that which model you want to use, right? There are a lot many different models, and
Okay.
all these different models actually give some different CPU and different RAM, right? So if you scroll it down, you will see we have a lot many models here, right? Yeah, see,
Yes,
we
sir.
have a long list and they all give some different CPU and different memory. But this model which is
Yeah.
selected T2 micro, this is the only model which we have for the free tier. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
we are actually using this for all our labs. So let's choose this. Let's
Okay,
say
sir.
next. Okay, so here on the screen, are you creating the first server?
Yes, sir. From the
Okay,
start.
okay, this is the first server, so we will leave the public IP enable. Okay, otherwise for the second server, yeah, we will choose this option and we will disable it. For this is what we
Okay,
are going
sir.
to be doing for the second server. For the first server, this looks good.
Yes,
So
sir.
let's go to the next step. And next step, it is going to be asking that how much of a storage you want to give for your C drive.
Okay.
So this is the drive where the operating system will be installed. So by
Okay, sir.
default, it needs 30 GB, and we are okay using this 30 GB, right? So let's go to
Okay,
the
sir.
next tags, and the next tag information is about giving a description of the server, that what this server is all about. Okay, why we are creating this server, what is the role of this server. So just type here that key as a name, yeah, and value is going to be server one. All right, that is good. Let's go next. And here we are going to actually create a new firewall. Just give a security group name and just call that as my firewall. So currently you have actually added one port here below, that is RDP, right? And RDP is required, this 3389 is required for us to connect to the Windows machine. So if you want to use the same firewall for your Linux, you can go and click on, say, add one more rule. Okay, just go and click on add rule. And here from the drop down, you can select I want to use an SSH. So SSH is required for the Linux machines. Okay. All right, this is good. You can add a one more port here, and we can add port for the web services. Yep. So here we can select HTTP. So which means actually I'm allowing multiple services from firewall so that I'll be able to use these services from the firewall. Otherwise, my firewall is going to block access and I will not be able to connect. Okay. Otherwise, I
Okay,
will
sir.
not be able to connect. So here, we also need to go and choose a source. If you see, the second last column here, it says source where the custom is mentioned, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So for the SSH, go and select anywhere. So as soon as you select anywhere, it is also going to be selecting 000. So
Yes.
00 means all IP addresses are allowed. Okay, we are not
Okay.
creating any restrictions. All IPs are allowed. So let's go and
Okay.
click on review and launch. Okay, and let's launch the server. Let's click on launch here. Okay, so as soon as we launch, it is going to be asking us that provide me the key pair. And key pair
Yes.
is important because with the help of the key pair, you will be able to retrieve your password. You will be able to log in. So let's
Yes.
create a new key pair. Okay, let's say new key pair. Oh, from the drop down, where it is mentioned choose existing key pair, you will see it will give you option that
Yes.
create new key pair. Yep, and give a name. Say my AWS key. All right, and download this one. Okay, and it is going to be downloaded in your download folders. You can move it to desktop or you can
Yes.
just keep that in the download folders as well. Okay, there we go. It's get downloaded. And then we need to
Sir,
scroll this page
okay.
now. That's fine. Leave it there. I'm sure you're not going to be deleting that, right? Okay.
So launched.
Yeah. Scroll it down. Scroll this down. Yep, and launch instance. Okay. So now the server is getting ready for you. Okay. So server is getting ready for you.
Okay.
So in the same way, we
Okay.
actually need to go and we actually need to go and use the create the second server as well. Okay. In the same way, we are actually
Okay,
going to
sir.
be trying to build a second server as well.
Okay, sir. I
So
got it.
okay, okay. So do you know how to get the password?
Yeah, sir. I got it.
So no, you know how to retrieve the password?
No, sir.
Okay. So come down, scroll this page, and click on say view the instances which we have created. Yeah. So it's gonna show that okay, this is the one server which is getting ready. Okay, it's gonna be showing this is the one server which is getting ready.
Yes.
All right. So just select this server. Just select from the left hand side. Uh, Take a checkbox there. All right. And then there is an option on the top called connect. Okay. We have button shown there say connect. Yeah. So yeah, as soon as you click on connect, so it'll take you here on the screen. And we need to say I want to connect with the help of RDP client. Yep, select the second option here, RDP client.
Okay.
So if you scroll down, you see you have the server name and you have the username. but you do not have the
Yes.
password here, right? So to
Okay.
get the password, we actually need to give the key and then retrieve the password. Yeah, click on
Okay.
get password. Okay, so it is right now showing that your server is booting up and the booting is gonna take a little bit of time. Okay,
Okay.
so we need to actually give it a little bit of time so that the server is gonna be booting up and we will get the password. So,
Okay.
so very soon you will see it will actually give you the password. So it is going to be asking you to provide the key file which we have created earlier, right? We
Okay.
downloaded that key file in your download folder. So you need to
Yes.
browse and give that key and you will be able to get the password.
Okay.
All right, I think you should be good. Okay, you should be good. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we will move forward. Okay. So
Okay.
guys, you tried creating the you tried creating the connection on the private IP. Did did that work for you? Okay, so it did not work for Sri. Okay, did not work for you. Okay, very nice. So it is not working, and that is right. You know, whenever we have the private IPs, so they will not work on public IP. Okay, the private IPs does not work on the public network. So which means I won't be able to access the server 2 on on public network. I'll not be able to connect to it. Okay. If I directly say I want to do a RDP to this server 2, it is actually not gonna be allowing me to do so. Okay. It does not allow me to connect to it. But what we can do, we can actually make the connection on the private IP to another private IP. Okay. So my server 1 is already part of this private network. Okay, so it is already a part of this private network. I'm gonna be able to connect to the server 1. So from this server 1, I'm gonna be trying to make a connection to the server 2. So let's try doing that. Okay, let's try doing that quickly. So I'm here on the server 1, and on this server 1, I'm gonna go and try to get the remote desktop connection. So here I have the remote desktop connection, and I'm gonna be trying to connect to it. Okay, I'm gonna be trying to connect to it. So what I actually need information about my server. So I have selected the server and I say I want to connect to it. I will go and choose that I want to connect it via RDP client and then get the password. So my server is booting from some time, so I do have the password available. And then I'm gonna go and use the username password and then gonna be trying to connect to it. Okay, so let me get the private IP first. And let me add the private IP here and then say I want to connect to that server on the private IP, and you will find that it is actually able to connect. Okay, it'll be able to connect. So it is connecting, but it does require the username password. Okay, it is connecting, but it does require username password. So uh, I'm gonna fill in the username password here. Let me get the username and let me get the password. All right, so I do have the username password available here, and I'm gonna say yes, I want to connect to it. So which means I'm actually able to connect to the internal server. Okay, I'm using one of the server to go and connect to another server. Okay, so is it is it working for you? Are you able to connect to the server too? Okay, All right, so let's go and track this if you're able to get onto the get onto that server or not. All right, so here's the resources sheet, and I'm gonna be going and adding that here in the lab. So we are gonna go and check if the private IP is working for us. Okay, let me share the sheet with you. Okay, so Kajal, you actually get the password the same way. You need to say connect and then say I want to retrieve the password. Okay, same way we did for the server one. You have to repeat the step to get the password. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna add your name, Nitish here, okay, so that you can also update if you're able to do this work. Okay. All right, looks like it is done for most of you. So how you're doing, Mohammed? So do we have Mohammed joined in today? No, no, we don't have Mohammed today. Okay. Okay, so how about you, Shri, Surbi, and Kajal? You done with this? Okay, okay. Thank you, Sanal, for the heads up. Okay, so where we are going to be going and using the private IPs? Yes, that is coming up, Shubham. We are going to be going and discussing that in a while. So we usually prefer to use the private IPs, where we don't want the server to be exposed on the internet. Okay, where we actually do not want the server to be available on the internet. That is where we go and try to use the private IPs so that the servers are able to available on the internal network, on the private network, and we need not to go and uh, we need not to go and try to connect to them outside. Okay, that is where it's going to be used. But we are going to be going and using something called multi-tier architecture, and that is where I'm going to be showing you how to use it and what is the use case for it and what help they will provide. Okay, so I'm back here, and that is how we learned that how we are going to be going and able to use it. Now, if I talk about the IP address which we are using right now here, okay, so for example, if I take you back and if I go and select any of the server here, let's say server one, and we do have a public IP given for this server, right? This is the public IP which is given. So uh, IP address contains some information. Okay, address actually tells us uh, a lot of good information. It actually tells us the which network I am part of. Okay, it tells me the network ID, and then it also tells me the host ID. So by looking at this IP address, okay, this IP address is a IP version 4. So IP version 4 means uh, it is actually a 32-bit address. So we have 4 octets. Okay, octet means 8 bits. collection of 8 bits is known as octet. So we have a collection of 8 bits here. So 8, 8, 8, 8. So it becomes a 32 bit. Okay. So 8 bits, then 8 bits, then 8 bits, then 8 bits, and it becomes a 32-bit address. So IPv4, okay, IPv4 is a 32-bit address, and all these bits looks like this one. Okay, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then so on. We are going to be having a collection of 8 bits in every octet. Okay, we're going to be having a collection of 8 bits in every octet. So by the combination of these, bits, we are actually able to derive these numbers, right? We are able to work with these numbers here. All right. Now, this particular IP address consists of uh, a network ID and host ID. So by looking at the IP address, can you tell me which is my network ID? Okay, would you be able to tell me that which is my network ID? Okay, all right. So I do have one answer from Shubham. Okay, anyone else? So which part is actually representing the network ID? Okay, all right. So I do have a very less response here. Okay, so I do have just 4 people responded here. Okay, and and uh, and you tried guessing that. Okay, so which class it belongs to and what can be the network ID here. Okay, that is good. That is nice. But in case if we have to find out that which is my network ID, we actually need one more information here. Okay, so what do we need to know? We actually need to know that what is my subnet mask. So mask actually determines the network ID. Okay, and the subnet mask looks like something similar to this. It says 255.0.0.0. So this is how the subnet mask is. Okay, that is how the subnet mask look like. So we have the first octet as a 255, which means all the 8 bits are gonna high. Okay, we are keeping all the bits high. That is how it becomes 255. So when I'm saying that all the bits are high, the corresponding octet in the IP, okay, the corresponding octet in the IP address is actually going to be representing the network ID. Okay, so in this way, 54 becomes the 54 becomes the network ID, and rest of the numbers, rest of the octets becomes the host ID. So wherever we have zeros, that's host ID, and wherever we have 255, that becomes the network ID. Okay, that becomes the network ID. So if I'm going to be going and changing my subnet mask, if I'm going to go and say, okay, I would like to go and use 255.255.00, okay, so which means I'm actually going to be trying to change the subnet mask. So I'm keeping two octets for network ID. So my network ID becomes this. Okay, so in that way, my network ID changes. Okay, so network ID is derived from subnet mask. Okay, so now it is actually derived from the subnet mask. So wherever in the subnet mask, wherever you have 255, the corresponding octet is gonna be representing the network ID. So here, if I'm gonna be using 255.255, the corresponding octets here in the IP address becomes the network ID. So network ID for me is 54.209, and rest of the octets are gonna be representing the host ID. Okay, rest of the octets are gonna be representing the host ID. So that is how it is gonna be working. All right, and if I'm gonna be going and using a mask of 255, 255, 2550, okay, which means I'm actually going to be going and using 3 octets for my network ID. So in that way, my network ID becomes this. Okay, my network ID becomes this because I'm actually using 3 octets to represent the network ID. So this machine belongs to 54.209.163 network. So is this okay? And now, why do we need to why do we bother about the network ID? Why I need to take care of the network ID? Because if my servers are on the same network, if their network ID is same, they will be able to talk to each other. Okay, if I'm gonna have the network ID same, then my servers will be able to go and talk to each other. Okay, so that is something you need to remember. That is something you need to take care of. Let me actually share one scenario, and that will give you more idea that why do we need a network ID and how it's gonna help us communicate. So I'm gonna try to create a couple of servers here for you. Okay, so I'm gonna say I have one server. Okay, I have one server, and I'm actually going to be going and using an IP address here called 10.119.64.37. Okay, this is my first server. This is my server one, and then I have a one more server. Okay, then I have a one more server. So second server I have is let's say, okay, 42. Uh, okay, so this is the second server I have. So do you think these two machines are gonna be able to talk to each other? Do you think these two machines are gonna be able to talk to each other? Do you think this server 1 and server 2 can talk to each other? So you can guess. I mean, if you if you don't know, you can just guess. You can simply say yes or you can simply say no. Okay. All right, very nice. So I think I do have a very good response here. So Rahul and Humera says we need to know what subnet mask we are using. Okay, that is good. That is very, very nice. Okay, that is good. That is very, very nice. So the subnet mask which I'm using here is 255.0.0.0, and the subnet mask which I'm using here is 255.0.0.0. So now what do you think? Are these servers are going to talk to each other? Okay. All right. Okay. So if they are able to talk to each other, then the question is why? Why they'll be able to talk? Why do you think they're going to talk? Okay, yep, that is right. Because they are on the same network. So I'm using the first octet for the network ID, and it becomes a 10 is my network ID. Okay, so this means 10 is my network ID. So second server also, I'm using a subnet mask of 255, and 10 becomes my network ID. Okay, so that is right. You're right. Your understanding is correct. Okay, that is right. Okay, so we are gonna be going and able to talk to each other. But if I say my subnet mask is 255.255.0.0, if I'm gonna go and use this subnet mask, then okay, all right, okay, all right, very, very nice. Okay, and because they are on a different network now, they will not be able to talk to each other. Why they are on a different network? Because we are using two octets to represent the network ID. Okay, we are saying that we are going to be going and using these two octets for the network ID, and then we are using this particular as a network ID. So both are going to be different, right? So both are going to be different here. All right. So is that fine? Is that okay? Now we are actually trying to write this, subnet mask in a very lengthy way. So Amazon actually represents this network ID or subnet mask in a very, very easy. Okay. So for example, if I have to type a subnet mask of 255.0.0.0, I can actually simply write this down as /8 because I'm using 8 bits to represent the network ID. I can simply go and write it as /8. Okay, this is a short form of writing a lengthy mask. Okay, the short form of writing a lengthy mask here. Okay, if I have a subnet mask of 255.255.0.0, I can actually go and write this down as /16 because I'm using 8 plus 8, 16 bits. I'm using two octets. And if I'm going to be going and using, let's say, 255.255.255.0, which means I'm actually using three octets, so and it becomes a /24. Okay, it becomes a /24. Is that okay? Does this make sense? So we are actually going to be going and using a short form of writing this lengthy mask. Okay, so we are going to be going and representing this in a short way. Is that fine? Okay. So which means when I'm going to be trying to represent the server, I'm actually going to be going and trying to represent this way. I'm going to say /16. So which means I actually need not to go and write this lengthy mask. Okay, I can simply represent that as a /16. Okay, so does this make sense, guys? Is it okay with you so far? Okay, awesome, very nice. So this is something we are going to be going and using in the networking and in the VPC. Okay, so let's go for a break here, and once we come back, we are going to go and try to use all this stuff. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes, Sri. All the VPCs are going to be having their own network ID. Okay. All VPCs are different network. All VPCs are private network, and every network will have its own network ID. Okay. Yep, that is right. Perfect. Very nice. Let me bring in a clock, and we are going to be going and taking our first break for 20 minutes, and I'm going to talk to you in 20 minutes. Okay. So enjoy your break. We'll talk to you in 20 minutes. Okay. What's wrong here? All right. All right, everyone. So time up and I'm back. So let's go and resume our session. Okay, so please let me know if you're also back and we are all good to resume our session. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kajal and Rahul, for confirming so quickly. Very, very nice. Okay, very, very nice. Good. Uh, sure, Shri. Let me send you microphone. Okay. Yes, Shri, you have the microphone. You can unmute yourself and you can use it.
Hello.
Yes, Shri, we're able to hear you.
Yeah, it got turned on in the mobile. Okay, no problem. So my question is, whatever server we are creating, we create in our own VPC, own virtual private network, right?
That is right.
Sir, then why, how come they are accessible on public internet? Like if I'm sending the public IP address in the chat screen, still you can
Mm-hmm.
access that server, though that server is situated in my private network.
Right, right. So what we are doing is we are actually making this server part of the public network as well because we are assigning a public IP to it as well. So when I'm going to be going and assigning a public IP to it, it is also participating on the public network. Okay, which means it is not only the part of the private network, but it is a part of the public network as well. Although I have configured and this particular server is living in my own private network, but it is actually participating on the public network as well. Make sense?
Yes, sir. I got it.
Okay. Okay, because it has a public IP and it becomes a member of a public network as well. Okay, I do have a membership of the public network as well. Although my residence is the private network, okay, my residence can be in the public network as well. Okay, so I need to reside somewhere, but I can be a member of multiple networks. All right, so
Yes, sir,
good
it is
question
clear now.
there.
I
Okay,
mute myself.
okay, okay, all right. Thank you, Sri. Okay, all right. So we can go ahead and resume this. Okay, so we we did a quick exercise where we talk about the mask, we talk about the network ID, and then we talk about the subnet mask and the notation we need to use, right? So hope this is all good, guys, right? This is all perfect. Now, what we are going to be doing is we are actually going to be going and trying to create a one VPC for us. And we actually created that earlier, but I'm just going to be trying to do that one more time. I'm going to be going and taking you here onto the all these services. I'm going to open the management console in the new tab. We can actually open multiple tabs, right? So in the second tab, I'm going to go and open network. So in the networking section, I do have a VPC here, and I'm going to be selecting the VPC service. So let me go and make use of this VPC service. Okay, I do see I already have two VPCs showing up here. Okay, I believe we created this finance VPC earlier. Okay, I'm actually going to be going and creating a one more VPC for you, and we are going to be trying to create that from the VPC dashboard. And I'm going to go and click on this option, say launch VPC Wizard. Okay, we're going to be trying to use the same option here which we have used earlier. So I'm going to be going and making use of launch VPC Wizard option here, which means I'm actually going to be going and trying to create that with the help of Wizard here. Okay, trying to create that in an automated fashion. Okay, all right. All right, so I'm going to be going and trying to use or create this VPC in an automated way. Okay, when we are going to be trying to create this, it is going to be actually going to be creating lot many different components automatically. Okay, it's going to be actually creating a lot of stuff automatically. So I'm gonna say I want to create a VPC with just single public subnet. So when we actually create a VPC, okay, when we actually create a VPC, I cannot go and consume the VPC directly until unless VPC is gonna be divided into sub networks. Okay, so let's say this is my private network, this is my VPC. Okay, this is my VPC. I will not be able to use this VPC until unless I create a sub network inside it. VPC is a bigger network. Okay, VPC is a bigger network, and I need to divide that. I need to slice it down into smaller networks to use it. So which means I actually need to go and create a sub network inside it. Okay, this becomes a sub network for me, a smaller networks, and I can actually have multiple small networks inside this VPC. I can actually go and divide that. I can actually go and create multiple sub networks into it. And we do create these small networks for a reason, so that I'll be able to go and create my servers appropriately. Okay, I can actually design each of the sub network for different kind of workload. So how do we use these sub networks is I can actually go and say I only want a one sub networks, and I can go and consume entire VPC for that one sub network. Okay, that is very much possible. I can just have one sub network, and it is actually going to be going and eating up the entire space in this VPC, and you can go and start deploying your servers in this sub network. Or what you can do, you can also create multiple sub networks here. I created a one sub network, then I'm gonna go and create, say I have a sub network 2 and I have a sub network 3. Now why do I go and create these multiple sub networks? Okay, what is the reason to create these sub networks here within a one VPC? I can actually go and deploy different type of servers in these sub networks. Okay, I'll be able to go and configure different type of servers here, and that is going to provide me a different layer of security. So if I have any of the web server, okay, let's say I'm actually going to be trying to create a web server here, and I'm actually, thinking of having my website running on it. Okay, so I can say I want to keep my web server here in the subnetwork 1, and my subnetwork 1 can be a public subnetwork, which means I'm actually going to be opening up the doors for my subnetwork from internet. I'm going to say anyone from the internet actually can go and use this subnetwork. Anyone can go and communicate to the servers which are there in the subnetwork, which means I'm actually making the servers which are there in this subnetwork 1 as a public servers. I'm exposing those servers to public. I'm exposing those servers to everyone on the internet, so that people on the internet are able to use it. Okay, people on the internet are able to use it. But if I'm going to be having some application server or middleware server, okay, I'm going to be having some app servers or some middleware servers, I do not want to make them available on the internet. Or maybe I'm going to be having some database servers. Okay, and database server is something I would like to go and keep it internal. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm actually gonna be trying to configure a scenario where I'm gonna say everyone is able to go and connect to my website, my web server here. Okay, they'll be able to go and use the web servers, but they cannot go and access the app server. They cannot go and access the database server. And internally, I'm gonna say any server which is there in the network 1, they can go and talk to the server in the network 2, which means only my trusted server, my web server will be able to go and talk to the application and the middleware servers. In the same way, I'm going to be giving an access that Any server in the network 2 can only talk to network 3, which means only my application and the middleware server will be able to go and talk to the database. And my database server is going to be most secure one because I'm not giving access to this database server to the outside world. I'm not allowing anyone to use this database server. Only my server, my trusted applications, my trusted servers are going to be going and using it. No one will be able to see my server. No one will be having an access to it because these servers will not have public IP. They are not participating on the public network. I am only exposing limited servers. So only servers which are there in this particular subnetwork, they are on a risk. Okay, they are facing external hackers. They are facing external people. I only need to make these servers more secure because they are available on the public network. So wherever possible, I am not going to expose my server on the public network. I'm actually going to be going and keeping them running in my own private network. I'm in my own secure network. That is why I do need multiple subnetworks. And right now, the scenario which I have shown to you, which I have discussed with you, it is known as a multi-tier architecture, which means I'm actually creating a multiple tiers and I'm actually distributing my workload in the different tiers. Currently, I have actually shown you 3-tier architecture. This is tier 1, this is tier 2, this is tier 3, because I am creating 3 different workspaces, 3 different isolation segments, and I'm keeping my workload in 3 different areas so that I'll be able to control them, so that I will be able to put a restriction around them. Does this make sense to you? Are you able to follow me? Am I making sense to you? And that is something we are going to be trying to do here. Okay, that is something we are going to be trying to achieve here. We are actually going to be looking at that how it is possible, that my VPC is talking to internet. Okay, how my VPC is actually going and talking to internet. That is the first thing we need to understand. Okay, and how I need to choose that which subnetwork is going to talk to internet and which subnetwork is going to be private one, and how I will be able to create multiple subnetworks, and how I will be able to decide that who is going to talk to whom. Okay, that is something we are gonna do next here, but we are gonna go and do that in a very easy way first. Okay, so you will understand that more in a while. Right now, I'm saying I want to create my VPC with just one single public subnet, or you can create a VPC with a public subnet and a private subnet as well. So this is an example of a two-tier architecture where I have a public subnet where anyone from the internet is going to be able to connect, okay, on the public subnet. And then these servers are going to be able to talk to the servers which are there in the private subnet. So this is a two-tier architecture. The example which I have shown you is example of a three-tier architecture. Okay. All right, I'm gonna be actually gonna do that in an easy way. I'm gonna go and use the VPC with just single public subnetwork. Okay, so let me go and say I want to use it. Okay, let's go and use it. I'm gonna select it. So I hope you are here on the screen with me. Okay, are you with me here? All right, very nice. So let's go and make a selection. Say select. Okay, and then I need to give the CIDR block range. This is where I'm gonna define my network ID. So if I'm using /16, what does that mean? Do you understand that what /16 means? Okay, what do you mean by /16, which I'm using here? Okay, so /16 means I am actually using a subnet mask of 255.255.0.0. Yep, that is correct, Rahul. Yes, that is right, Sri. We are using 2 octets in the network ID as a network ID. That is correct. We are using a 16-bit for the network ID. You are all right here, Mira. Okay, perfect. Very, very good. I'm going to go and choose a different kind of a network ID for me because these two numbers are representing the network ID for me. I'm saying my network ID is going to be 10.30. Okay, this is my network ID. And then I need to give a VPC name. And this time I'm going to go and call my VPC name is going to be, let's say we are creating it for sales department. So Sales Vpc. And I'm going to create a one sub network inside it. So I'm going to go and choose, say it is going to be 10.30 dot 1 because I'm using a 24 because I'm trying to create a smaller network inside 10.30. So I will try to use the next octet also for the sub network, which means my network ID becomes this for my smaller network. But it still need to be part of the bigger network. It needs still need to be part of the 10.30. But now I have started dividing it further. Okay, I have started dividing that further. And it says what is the subnet name you want to give. And I'm going to call this one as sales subnet. Okay, I'm going to call this one as sales subnet. So which means I have done some customization here. I am using a CIDR block range here, 10.30. I have given a name here, and I have chosen a public subnet range as well. And then I have given a subnet name as well. So these are the 4 settings which I have changed here on the screen. Okay, these are the 4 changes which I have made. Okay, these are the 4 changes which I have done. Okay, all right. So is this okay? Are you good with the screen? Don't worry, we have to talk a lot on this. Okay, we are just starting it. We have a lot to talk. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go and hit the button, say I want to create this VPC. Let's make these changes, and then we're gonna go and choose, say I want to create this VPC. And you will see it is actually gonna go and create lot many different components behind the scene. As soon as you hit the button, it is actually gonna be doing a lot of work behind the scene. Okay, there's a lot going on. Okay, there's a lot going on here. So as soon as I click in here, say create this VPC, you will see it is gonna go and say I'm creating all this. Do you see? It is actually doing so fast. You're not able to capture that. Okay, but it is actually trying to do something, and it says your VPC is created successfully. Okay, it says your VPC is created successfully. Now we are actually going to be going and trying to create a server in this VPC, and then we will see if we are able to go and work with the sales VPC server. So let's go and try to create a server here within the sales VPC. So I'm gonna say I want to launch a server, and I'm gonna be trying to create a server which is gonna be Windows. I will go and select a Windows AMI here. Okay, so I'm selecting the Windows AMI here. All right. Okay, so once I select this Windows Server, I'm going to be going and trying to use all the default options here with respect to the model, but I'm going to change the settings here for the network. Okay, I want to make certain changes here for the network, and I'm going to go and choose that I would like to deploy this server in the sales. Okay, I'm going to be trying to save it here. Okay, all right. Okay, is this fine? So I'm gonna select the sales one, and it is automatically gonna show that I do have only one subnet to choose. There is only one subnet to choose here. Okay, all right. So once you select the subnet, one more thing we need to select here. We actually need to go and say I would like to go and assign a public IP here. Okay, I would like to go and choose a public IP here. Right now it is disabled by default, and I'm gonna go and make it enable. I say I do need a public IP here. Okay, so that I should be able to go and connect to this one. Okay, okay, all right. So once enabled, rest all the options are gonna be the default one. I'm gonna call this server as a sales server, and I also need to create a firewall because firewalls are network specific. The firewall which we have created earlier, so that firewall is not something I will be able to use it. Okay, I'll not be able to use that firewall here. So what I need to do, I need to create a new firewall. I'm going to say I want to create a new firewall, and it's going to be sales firewall. Okay, it's going to be sales firewall. So let's say review and launch, and I will be able to use the same key. So which means keys are shared across networks, but firewalls are network specific. Okay, so these are network specific. All right. So I'm gonna go and say launch this instance, and it's gonna go and create that server. So once this server is gonna be booted, I would like you to go and connect to it. Okay, and I want you to confirm me if you are able to connect to the sales server here. Okay, let me know if the sales server you are able to connect first. Are you able to create the sales VPC? And then are you able to work with the sales EC2? Okay, let me know if both works for you, if you're able to connect and there is no problem with you. Okay, then we will take you to the next level here. All right, Mohammed, good to see you joined us back. Okay, very nice. So you created the sales VPC. Okay, so where are you now? Have you created server in that? So we just need to create one Windows server, and then we need to go and connect to it. Okay, and I think you did that exercise earlier because you joined in the fundamentals training, right? In that we actually created the finance VPC and finance server, right? This is the same one. Okay, so you actually have not missed anything at all. But I think you joined us on the very right time. Okay, you joined us on the very right time because this is now we are actually going to be going and trying to create the VPC in a manual way. Okay, so we actually going to be going and trying to work with the component by component in the VPC and going to be exploring that how exactly it is working. Okay, I do see that most of you are done creating it. So let me check with Surbi. So Surbi, how you are doing? You okay? Or let me check it out. Okay, where is Surbi today? Don't see. Okay, okay. She's not there. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Kajal. Okay, and how about you, Kajal? You connected with the server? Are you good? Okay. All right. Now we are actually going to be trying to do something more with the VPC. Okay. We are actually going to be trying to work a little bit more deeper in the VPC. Okay, your screen is frozen. Okay, no problem. Take your time. That's okay. So now, what we are going to do, we once you are able to connect to all these servers, okay, once you are able to connect to all these servers, I do not need server one and server two. Okay, I want you to go and delete these servers, please. Okay, we do not need these servers, so there's no point keep these servers running. But we need sales server. Okay, so keep the sales servers. Do not delete the sales server. Okay, so I'm gonna be going into the instance state. I'm gonna say terminate both the servers, server one and server two, but I'm retaining the sales server because sales server is something I'm actually gonna be going and trying to show you to do some more stuff. Okay. All right, it's gonna take its own time to shut down these servers. Okay, it's gonna go and do its own work to shut it down. That's fine. That's perfect. All right, now what I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually gonna be trying to create a new VPC here for you. Okay, we are actually gonna be going and trying to create something new for you. So this time we are actually not going to make use of Wizard. We are actually going to be going and trying to make use of all the manual stuff. Okay, we're actually going to be going and trying to take a manual stuff. Okay, looks like Muhammad needs help here. Sure, Muhammad. Let me send you permissions to share your screen. Okay. All right. You can share your screen, Muhammad, before we proceed. Okay, you have microphone. You can make use of microphone as well.
I created instance also, launch instance.
Hmm.
Just show that.
So how you created the Sales VPC? So which option you used to create the Sales VPC? So have you used the wizard to create it?
Yeah, this one. Create VPC ad.
No, that's the incorrect option you have used. Okay. So can you click on the VPC dashboard on the left hand side, the first option on the top? On the top, yep. We should have actually used this option, launch VPC Wizard, right? That's fine. If you have not done that, that's okay. Leave it and try to follow the next lab. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Is
Okay.
is not required. Okay,
Thank you.
so because you have used the manual way, and next time actually going to be going and showing you how to create that manually. Okay, so you
Okay.
can actually follow along
Thanks.
with that second one.
Thanks.
Because you have tried creating with the manual, that is the reason you are not able to connect to it. So that's perfect. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen back here. Okay, and okay, Shubham is having one question here. So what all we have done here so far is that we have created a public IP for everyone to connect, and also a private network for more server to connect to it. Okay, yes, you will understand this better in a while here. Okay, you will just understand that more in a while here. So what I'm going to be trying to do, I'm actually going to be trying to do and create everything manually. Okay, the way actually Muhammad has already tried doing so. Okay, so we are going to go and try to create a VPC here, and we are going to call this VPC. You know, we're going to go and call this VPC as a production VPC. Okay, we call this one as a prod VPC, which means I'm going to be going and keeping all my servers here in the production VPC. So as soon as we are going to be going and trying to create the as soon as we are going to be going and trying to create the VPC, we need to give the CID or block range. We need to give the network ID. We need to give the host ID which we want to use. Right? We need to use that part. So I'm gonna go and say I want to use 10.50.0.0 and /16. So this is the network ID I would like to go and use. So in this way, my network ID will be 10.50. Okay, I'm going to be going and using 10.50. Whenever you are trying to create a network ID, the only one thing you need to keep in mind is you should not be using something which is already been used, because I'm already using 10.30 earlier. So I don't want to use the same one again, because that is not allowed, that is not permitted. Okay, so there should not be clash and there should not be overlap with it. We should not have the overlap, we should not have the clash with the network ID. All right, so I'm gonna go and use 10.50 this time. Okay, I'm gonna be going and using 10.50 this time. So once we create this VPC, let's see how that look like. Okay, let's see how that look like. Is this okay? Are we okay with this simple understanding? We want to create one prod VPC, and we are going to be going and using 10.50 as a network ID. Is that fine with you? Okay. All right. Don't worry, Kajal. We'll fix that. Okay. So let's go and try creating it. This time we are not going to use the wizard. Okay. We are not going to be making use of wizard. We are actually going to be going and trying to use it in a manual way. So how I'm going to make use of this in a manual way? Uh, I'm going to take you back here to the VPC dashboard, and this is the management console, and here I am on the dashboard. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and clicking on your VPC, which is listed here on the left hand side. So earlier, how we worked, how we created this server, we actually used the launch VPC wizard. Okay, we have actually make use of this earlier. Okay, this is something which we have used earlier. All right. But this time we are not gonna make use of this automated way. We are gonna be trying to do that manually so that we understand that how exactly this works. So I'm gonna go and click on say I would like to go and use your VPCs here. Okay, let's go and click on that. I want to use your VPCs. It is already showing that these are the VPCs we have here. Okay, it is showing that we have these VPCs with us. And I'm gonna be going and clicking on saying I want to go and create a VPC here. Okay, I'm gonna go and click on that. I want to create a VPC here. Okay, so I'm gonna click on say create VPC, and you see it is actually gonna be asking a very minimal option here. It is just asking the name of the VPC and also gonna be asking the CIDR block range. So we decided that we are going to call this as prod VPC, and we are gonna be giving a range here called 10.50.0.0/16. So I'm using the name prod VPC and I'm using the 10.50 range. So will you be able to use the same? Can you use the same one in your account? Are you allowed to use the same? Okay, all right. So I just have one response here, and okay, okay, all right. So yes, Shubham, you're absolutely right. Okay, so we are actually going to be trying to create this as a private network, and it is private for me, it is private for you. Okay, and within the private you can actually go and use anything you want. Okay, we are permitted to use it. So I will definitely be able to create this and you will also be able to use it because we are trying to use these in our own private account, private environment, private network. Okay, it's going to be private for me. So it is kind of a intercom at your home, right? If you're going to be going and using an intercom at home, you can actually use any of the extension number. You can say I want to use 101 for my one number, then I'm gonna go use 102 for the second number, second room here. Okay, you are free to choose that whichever number you would like to go and allocate to your private phone uh, exchange. Okay, so right now here I'm gonna be just mentioning that the name of my VPC is gonna be the prod VPC, and I'm gonna go and specify that this is the range I'm gonna go and use. That's it. And I'll be able to go and create, I'll be able to go and make this VPC here. I'm gonna say create this VPC and it is done. It's gonna be very, very quick. And it says, okay, VPC is created. Okay, VPC is created. So just by creating a VPC, is that enough for me to work? Is that good that I can go and work on it? Let's try that out. I want you to go to the AC2 dashboard and I want you to try creating one server. Okay, we are going to be going and trying to create any of the server. That's fine. Let's say we want to create a Linux. So I'm going to go and say I want to create a Linux here. T2 micro is fine with me. So primarily the step number 3 is where I would like to go and show you the network options we do have now. Earlier we had only default, but now we do see a lot many. We have sales, we have finance, and we have prod as well. And prod is something we have just created and we have created that manually. We have not used the wizard, and the reason we are we need to go and create that manually. Okay, and we just created this component as of now. Let me go and select that I want to use a prod VPC. So as soon as you say I want to use a prod VPC, it is actually going to be going and showing you an error. It says you need to have a subnet as well, and I do not have a subnet in this production VPC, in this production network. And the reason, we have not used the wizard. Earlier we used the wizard and wizard actually created everything for us. This time we are trying to create these components manually, and in this previous step we just created a VPC. That's it, nothing else. Okay, we just created that. Okay, which means I will not be able to proceed unless I have a subnet also. Okay, so subnet is kind of a mandatory for us to work. That's fine. Let's go and try to create a sub network as well. I'm going to take you back here onto the VPC management console. And on the left hand side, you'll find we do have subnets option. Okay, we do have a subnets option here. And you will find that we already have some of the subnets created. We have a subnet created for sales, we have subnet created for finance, we have subnet created for other default network as well. But we do not have a subnet created for the prod. We created sales and finance with the help of the wizard. Wizard actually created those behind the scene automatically. Okay, Wizard actually created those automatically behind the scene. But this time we are going to be trying to understand and create that manually. The reason it is actually not showing up here that it exists. So that means I actually need to go and create that manually. Okay, I need to actually go and create that manually. So I'm going to be going and using an option here called create subnet, which is here on the upper right hand side corner. So let's go and click on that. I want to create a subnet here. Okay, I'm going to go and choose that I want to create a subnet here. It says you want to create a subnet in which network. I need to select a network ID where I want my subnet to be deployed, where I want my subnet to be created. Okay, so I'm gonna say, what should I choose here? Okay, where I need to create this, where I need to create this subnet. Come on, guys. Okay, all right. How about others? Okay, all right. Okay, very nice. And yes, you are right. We need to go and select the prod here. Okay, we need to go and create this particular subnet within the prod VPC. And then it says what is the name of this subnet you want to give and what is the network ID you want to use. Okay, so let's go and update the design diagram first. I'm gonna say I want to create a one subnet here, and I would like to go and I would like to go and give its name as prod subnet 1. Okay, and the range which I would like to go and use for this is going to be 10.50.1.0/24. This is what I wish to use here for this smaller network inside a bigger network. Okay, this is something I wish to use. So let's go and try to do so. Let's go and try to create that. So I'm gonna be going to console, and I'm gonna call this one as it's gonna be prod subnet 1. Okay. All right. I'm gonna call this one as a prod subnet 1, and then also gonna be giving the range here. And the range for me is 10.50.1.0/24. Okay, that's what we have decided. And this is the only information required for you to provide now. Okay, we need to give the name, and then we need to give the network range, network ID. Okay. All right, and then I'm gonna go and hit say, I want to create this subnet. Okay, and it's going to be very, very quick creating that and come back and say, okay, we do have this created. Okay, we do have this created, which means I can actually go and now try to use it. I am all set to use it. Okay, I'm all set to use this. All right. So I'm gonna go back here to the launch wizard, and I'm gonna be starting all over again. I'm gonna say I would like to create a new server, so I will use launch instance, and this time I'm gonna go and choose Windows. So I'm gonna be selecting saying I want to use the Windows operating system. Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna be going and making a selection here. I'm gonna go and say select it. Okay. So as soon as you make a selection, server is fine. Default T2 micro is good. So actual test is going to be performed on the step number 3 here now. Okay. As soon as I'm going to be selecting that I want to deploy my server in prod VPC. Okay. You will find it's going to go and it's going to auto populate the one of the subnet which we have created in that network. It is showing that I do have one prod subnet in there. And again, the public IP which we see here is shown as disabled. Okay, the public IP which is shown here is actually disabled. I'm gonna go and enable that one. I'm gonna change that to enable. Okay. So once it is enabled, I'm gonna go and move to the next tier. Okay, I'm gonna go and move to the next tier. All right. Default storage is fine, but as a tag, I'm gonna go and call this one as a prod server one. Okay, for the identification purpose, I'm gonna call this one as prod server one. All right, and next is I need to go and create a security group. So can I use the sales security group or can I use the NSE IT firewall rule here? Okay, No, I will not be able to use. Okay, so that is important thing to remember. I'll not be able to use it. And the reason I'm not able to use it because firewalls are network specific. So I need to create a different firewall rule here. I need to go and call this one as prod firewall. Okay, this is going to be the prod firewall for me. And the RDP port is fine with it. We're gonna go and use the same 3389 here. That's okay. All right. So I'm gonna go and click on say review and launch, and then I'm gonna go and create this server. I'll continue to use the key which we have here. Okay, we can use the same key across multiple networks, multiple VPCs. All right, so I'm gonna go and say launch this instance, and there we go. The server is getting ready here, and I'm gonna go and click on say view this instance here. All right, so we'll see. The prod server is gonna show up here very soon. I'm just gonna sort this with the launch time so that the server which are getting created are gonna show up on the top. Okay. All right. So once this server is ready, I would like you to go and try to connect to it. Okay. I want you to go and connect to this server. So try to get the credentials. Okay. Give it 2 minutes and try to get the credentials and then try connecting to it. And once you try connecting to it, just share me your observation. Okay, just let me know if you are able to connect to it or not. So I'm gonna go and say it is gonna be the prod server one. So let me know if you are able to connect to it. Just mention yes or no. All right. So looks like most of you are not able to connect. Okay. So most of you are not able to connect, and that is right. Okay. So that is right. So you will not be able to connect to it. Okay. You are not able to connect to it. There's a reason for it. You are not able to connect. Okay. So it is not connecting. So that's fine. That is expected. Okay. Let me share this link with Mohammed. Okay. Okay, you're not able to connect, so that is fine. We are we are expecting that. Okay, it is expected that you will not be able to connect to it. Okay, you won't be able to do so. Why you are not able to connect? Okay, why you are not able to connect? So if I take you back here to the screen, the reason when we are trying to connect it from the internet, okay, whenever we are trying to actually go and make a connection from the internet, we do not have any kind of an interface where we can connect. Okay, we actually need one of the component, and the component name is internet gateway. Okay, we do require one service here, and that is known as internet gateway. So internet gateway is a service. Okay, IGW internet gateway is a service which will help VPC to connect to the internet. So if you do not have internet gateway, there is no way, there is no place for the VPC to go and talk to internet. Okay, so this guy does not know how I can go and talk to the internet. This guy does not have any channel. This guy doesn't have any path to go to internet. So that is the reason we are not able to connect to this machine. I'm not able to go and log into this machine, connect to this machine from this VPC. So what we need to do as a next step, we actually have to go and create an internet gateway. And once we create that internet gateway, we actually need to go and assign this internet gateway. Okay, we need to go and assign that internet gateway to this VPC. And then this subnet, then this server is going to be able to go and talk to internet using this. Okay, it's going to be going and using this. We were able to go and use that in the sales and finance because we have used the wizard. And with the help of the wizard automatically created this internet gateway for us. Okay, so give me a minute, I will be right back. All right. So I'm back, guys. So what we were talking was that we need to go and create one component here, and the name of the component is Internet Gateway, and we need to go and create and attach this Internet Gateway to this VPC. Okay, we need to go and attach that here to this VPC. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. All right. Don't worry, Kajal. We'll troubleshoot that. Okay. Let's try doing it and see if we are able to work through this or not. We'll try help you. So we are going to be going back here to the VPC dashboard. And here on the VPC dashboard on the left hand side, you will find we do have an option here called Internet Gateways. Okay. And you will see we already have some of the gateways created. We have not created them manually, right? So they are automatically created with the help of the wizard. Okay, these are automatically created with the help of the wizard. But you do not see any of the gateway created for the prod, because prod is something we are not creating with the help of the wizard, right? So when we are trying to create this with the help of the wizard, it automatically creates everything. Okay, but when we do manually, we actually have to go and create all these components step by step. So I need to have an internet gateway here, and creating an internet gateway is gonna be very easy. Okay, creating a gateway is gonna be very easy. So I'm gonna go and click on, say, I'm gonna go and click on, say, create the internet gateway. And then I need to give a tag. I will call this one as prod internet gateway. Okay, I'm gonna call this one as a prod internet gateway for me, and that's it. Nothing else is required. So this gateway, this interface is a fully managed service from Amazon. Okay, it's actually a fully managed service from Amazon, and we need not to do anything at all for it. Okay, we don't have to do anything at all for this. All right. So I'm gonna go and hit the button, say create this internet gateway, and it's gonna be very quick showing you that okay, the gateway is created. Okay, it's gonna show the gateway is created. So if I'm gonna go and close this and go back on the internet gateways, you will see that is gonna be showing that I do have a prod internet gateway now. But this gateway is shown as a disconnected one. Okay, right now I do see that this gateway is actually the disconnected here. So I need to go and attach that which VPC is going to use it. Okay, so which means what we have done here so far, we have actually created this internet gateway, but we have to have to attach it with this VPC. Okay, we created this gateway, and as a next step, we need to go and attach that with this VPC. So let's do that. Okay, let's do that. So I'm gonna take you back here to the VPC dashboard. I'm gonna select the gateway which we have just created. Okay, I'm selecting that this is the gateway which we have created, and we need to go and attach that one. I'm gonna go to action, and then I'm gonna click on and say I want to attach this to VPC. All right, so I'm gonna go and click on say attach to the VPC. So I'll be clicking here in this box, and you will see the prod VPC is gonna be showing up here. Okay, so I'm gonna be going and saying I want to attach that with my prod VPC. Okay, so let's go and select that, and then I'm gonna go and click on say I would like to attach this internet gateway with that, and it's gonna be quickly showing that okay, it is connected now, it is attached now. Okay, it is attached now. So I want you to go and try it out, if you're able to connect to the server now. Okay, so just go and give it a try one more time. Okay, go and try it one more time, and let me know if you are able to connect to it. I'm again going to be going and removing your responses so that you can provide me a fresh response. All right, so it is not working for Kajal. Okay, let's wait for others. Okay, so I do have more responses where we are not able to connect. Okay, all right, looks like most of you are not able to connect, and that is right. So will not be able to connect. Okay, will not be able to connect. And the reason we are not able to connect here is okay. The reason we are not able to connect here is we do have we do have the gateway. Okay, we we do have the gateway, but we do not have any channel. We don't have any kind of routing specified. My subnet does not know that we have this gateway, and I can actually go and use this gateway to connect to the internet. Okay, so this guy, the subnet one does not know. Okay, it it doesn't know, and that is what we need to go and change. That is where we need to actually go and create a routing table. That is where we need to create a routing, and we need to tell that subnet one that hey, we have a gateway available, and we can go and use this gateway to connect to internet. Again, this was done by Wizard automatically, and the reason we do not have to do that manually. Okay, Wizard actually created these routing information automatically. All right, so let's go and create this routing information. I'm back here on the VPC dashboard, and left hand side I'm gonna go and use the information called route tables. Okay, I'm gonna go and use this information route tables. Okay, so we are gonna go and click on say I want to create a new routing table here, and I'm gonna be going and calling this routing table as rod routing table for internet gateway. I'll give a name that it is prod r routing table IGW for internet gateway. Okay. And which VPC I need to create that? I need to create that as a part of the production VPC. Okay, gonna be selecting the prod VPC here. Okay, that's it. Once it is created, I just need to go and hit that button, say create. Once we supply this information, I'm going to call this as create. All right. So once it is created, it will actually start showing up here. Okay, it will actually start showing up here. So once we choose this, once we select this, we actually have to go and define two things here. We actually need to define some of the routes, and we also need to define that which subnet is going to use it. Okay, we need to provide these two information here. One, what kind of a routes it is going to use, and second, which subnet it's gonna go and make use of. Okay, which subnet is going to consume this routing information. All right. So I'm gonna go and click on routes here, and you will find we do have some of the routes already defined. Okay, we see that we have an entry here called local communication. It says 10.50 is the local network, and any packet going to that, any kind of traffic going to that, any kind of information going to that should be treated as a local, and it need not to be sent out anywhere. Okay, it is a local traffic, and local traffic is allowed. That is why you do have all the servers in the same network, they are talking to each other. Okay, because the local traffic is allowed here in the routing. So I'm gonna go and click on, say, edit these routes. Okay, I'm gonna go and click on that. I want to edit these routes here. So I'm gonna go and click on this button, say I would like to go and edit these routes. And we already have a local entry. I'm gonna go and create a one more entry here. I'm gonna say I want to add a one more route, and I want to send all the rest of the traffic, all traffic except 10.50. 10.50 is my local traffic, and I actually want to send all traffic, which means 00, and I want to send all that traffic to my internet gateway. Okay, I want to send all that traffic to the internet gateway. All right, and as soon as you select that I want to use the internet gateway, it is actually going to be automatically showing the prod internet gateway that we have created. Okay, so this is the only internet gateway here, and it's automatically going to be going and showing that, is this something you want to use? And we are going to select that. Okay, we are going to use that. We are going to select that, and I'm going to go and click on say I would like to save these routes. Okay, I'm going to go and click on say I want to save these routes. Okay, it says the routes are successfully edited, routes are successfully created. I'm going to close this. All right, once the routes are created, I need to go to the second step here, and the second step here is the Subnet Association. All right, so if I go and click on say Subnet Association here, it says right now we do not have any of the subnet who is using this information. So I'm gonna go and click on say I want to edit the subnet association, and I'm gonna go and choose the subnet which we have here. Okay, so we do have the prod subnet one, and I'm gonna be going and selecting that one. So let me go and click on say edit the subnet association, and it's going to be showing that I only have one of the subnet, and that's fine with me. I'm going to select that one, and I'm going to save it. All right, so I'm going to go and click on save, and root and the subnet association is done. Okay, so the root and the subnet association is done, and now we do have the connectivity, and now we would like to go and try to connect the server which we have created here. Okay, so give it a try. Okay, so the prod server one which we have created here, please try to connect it now. Okay, so and let me know if it works for you this time. I'm gonna go and reset your responses, and I would like you to fill them again. Okay, go and fill those again. Okay, all right. Okay, it is not working for Shubham. It's not working for Sanil, but it is working for Rahul. Okay, and it is working for Humira, and it start working for Sanil as well, and it start working for more people. Okay, it start working for more people. Okay, I think if you have followed the instructions correctly, it should work now. Okay, you should be able to connect to it now. It should work. Okay, I do see it is changing. Okay, oh, it's working for everyone. That is great. Okay, that is great. So if is it is this is still is someone still having a challenge not able to connect to it? Someone still says no. I do see it's working for everyone here now. Okay, so Kajal, you good? Okay, all right, very nice. And how about you, Muhammad? Is it is it working for you? All right, that's great. So let me mark that as done for Muhammad as well. It's working for Muhammad. That is good. Okay, very nice. So you see, we have actually lot many different components which work together, and they actually then provide access to internet. Okay, we do have all these different components working together and then creating this private network and then trying to make things work. Okay, then trying to make things work. All right. Okay. Okay. Now we are going to be going and trying to expand this further. Okay, we are going to be trying to create a one more subnet here. Okay, we're going to be going and trying to create a one more subnet here, and we are going to go and call that one as subnet 2. Okay, we'll be calling that as subnet 2, and for this subnet 2, I'm going to go and use the network ID as 1052. Okay, that is what I'm going to be going and using it. And I'm actually trying to create that so that I will be able to keep some of my private servers in there. Okay, I'm actually creating this one so I will be able to go and keep my private server, my database servers over there. Okay, I can keep my prod DB server over there, which I do not want to expose on the internet, which I want to keep private. Okay, so that is where I'm actually going to be going and trying to create a one more subnet and then going to be deploying a one server, assuming that it's gonna be the database server. The role of the server is gonna be the database server. Okay, so I'm gonna go and take you back here over to the console. Okay, and I'm gonna be going to the subnets, and that is where I'm gonna be going and creating a one more subnet. Okay, so okay, so one question here from Shubham is that why the public DNS is not assigned to the server we are creating. So those settings are actually available here on the screen, Shubham. So if you go and say, I want to work with my prod subnet 1 and uh, okay, so we can actually uh, change these settings called modify auto assign IP settings. In that way, it will be going to be assigning your public IP automatically. And if you want to change the settings for your DNS, you actually need to go and change those at the VPC level. So you can go and select the VPC here, say prod VPC, and then go to action. And that is where you have, DNS options available. do you want the DNS host name to be allocated or not? So if you check this out, right now it is not enabled here. That is why those names are not showing. So if you go and say I want to enable those, so then it'll start allocating those DNS names to you. Okay, those DNS names gonna be start assigning. So all these settings are here. You can tweak them. You can change them at your wish. I'm taking you back here to the subnet section, and I'm gonna go and create a one more subnet here. And I'm gonna go and I want to create that in the production. Okay, and the name of the subnet is gonna be uh, prod subnet 2. Okay, I'm gonna go and say it is gonna be prod subnet 2. And this is going to have a CIDR range of 10.50.2.0/24. So that is what I'm gonna go and use it. Okay. One more thing I want to share here is that you can choose an availability zone as well for your subnet. Okay. You can actually select that. I want I want my subnet to be using a specific zone. Let's say I want to use D. Okay. Let's say I want to use this D. So if I'm saying I want to use D, which means if I'm going to be going and creating any of these servers in subnet 2, all those servers are automatically going to be part of the D zone. And I can only select one of the zone here. So one subnet equivalent to one zone. Okay. So which means if I'm going to be going and trying to create my server here in this subnet, it is automatically going to be going to be created in that specific zone. It's going to be there in that zone. Is that okay? Is that fine? All right. So I'm going to go and choose this one, and I'm going to go and say I want to create this second subnet. I'll scroll it down, and I'm going to go and hit the button say I want to create this subnet. Again, it's going to be very, very quick. It says the subnet is created. That is good. Okay, that is very, very good. And I'm going to be going and trying to create a one more subnet here, which one more server, sorry, which I'm going to be going and using that as a database server. So I'll go and say I want to create an instance. It's again going to be the Windows one. I'm assuming that I'm going to use it for database. Okay, I'm assuming it to be used as a database. All right, so I'm going to go and say select it. And I'm okay using the T2 micro. And I'm gonna say I would like to go and use the prod VPC here. Okay, server is again going to be part of the production VPC here. So this time I do have a two different subnet to choose from. I do have a subnet 1 and I do have a subnet 2. If you look at subnet 2, you will find it is also going to show that subnet 2 is actually part of the zone D. Okay, it's also showing that the subnet is actually part of the zone D. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go and make use of this subnet 2. I do not need public IP here. I'm going to leave this as disabled. Okay, because I want to keep this server as an internal server, and I do not wish this server to be available on internet. Okay, I would like to I would like to keep this server as a private one. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm gonna be leaving that I do not need a public IP, so I will not be able to use this server on internet. That is fine. I will go and use the default storage, and I'm gonna go and call this one as a prod DB server for me. Okay. So this looks great, and I'm gonna go and say I would like to go and configure a security group. We already created a one security group for the prod one, and I'm gonna go and make use of it. Need not to create a new one. Already have one for the prod. All right, that's fine. Let's go and launch this server. Okay, I'm gonna be going and using the key pair which we have, and I'm gonna be creating this server. Okay, server is gonna boot up real quick. Okay, server is gonna boot up real quick. I'm trying to delete one of the old key which I'm not using right now. Okay, so once the server is gonna boot up, uh, you will find that this database server is not going to have the public IP, which means I will not be able to go and connect to it on the public IP. So what do you think, how we will be able to go and connect to it? How I will be able to connect to it on a private IP? How I can reach out to it from, okay. Okay, yes, Shubham, you are right. Okay, you're right. That is correct, Shri and Sanal. Okay, yeah, you all are right. So what we are going to be doing is we are actually going to be going and connecting to the server one first, and from this server one we will go and connect to this database server. Okay, so go ahead and try to connect. Okay, go ahead and try to connect and let me know if it works for you. Okay, if the prod DB server works for you, if you are able to connect to the prod DB server from server one. Okay, give a little bit of time, give it time to boot, and then retrieve the key and then try logging from server one. All right, so that is very, very nice. So I see it is working for most of you. Okay, so that is great. You are able to go and connect it from server one, and it is actually working as we thought of designing. Okay, it's working as designing. So it's not working for you, Kajal? It's not connecting. Uh, you need some help here. Do you want to share screen? Okay. All right. So for Muhammad, it is a. Let's check it out if it is working. Okay. For Sanal, um, Sanal, you good? Okay. For Muhammad, it's still booting. Okay. For Sanal also it is booting. Okay. In the meantime, Kajal, let me send you the rights and we'll check that out. That why it is not working. Okay. All right. I'm just sharing the rights with you. Okay, yeah, this information looks good. Uh, what are you doing? I mean, what are you trying here? Why are you trying to connect it from your laptop? So from where we are supposed to connect? No, you're doing a wrong procedure here. Okay, so I want you to think what you're doing and then do a right thing. Okay, just give a thought that what you're trying to do and then proceed with it. So what you need to do is, if you remember the scenario which we have created, you actually have to connect to the server one first. So do you have a connection to the server one? Okay, so you are here on the server one. Okay, and now from this server one, you need to go and connect to the to your DDB server, right? That is what we are trying to do. No, get the private IP first. You need IP address here. Okay, so it is connecting, right? You just need to give the correct username and the password and let you in. Okay, so it's working. So you were trying to connect in a wrong way. That is why it was not working. Okay, so whenever you're trying to do something, so you need to think on why you're doing it, okay, or which way you are doing it. Okay, so you can fill in the password there. Okay, so you are connected. Now the next the next task which I want you to perform is, okay, it's for everyone. I want you to go and open an Internet Explorer on both the machines, on the server 1 and the DB server. Okay, so we need to go and open the internet connectivity there. I want you to go and check it out whether you are able to consume the internet on both the servers or not. Okay, I want you to go and confirm me whether internet is working on both these servers or not. Okay, so which means I want the internet on server 1, and then I want to get the internet on DB. Okay, just open the Internet Explorer and just go and try to browse any of the site, maybe Google or maybe Yahoo or maybe something else, right? Try to open any of the site and see if the site works. Okay, all right, so Mohammed, you also need help? Sure, let me give you the rights here. Okay. So what are you trying to do? No, you need to share that. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do which is not working?
I'm not able to connect the RDP for
Uh,
this
okay,
instances.
okay. Which instance you're not able to connect to?
So RDP, this one.
RDP to what? So
Database
you
server.
have a okay, you have a prod server 1. So are you able to do RDP to it?
Yeah, that's one I can able to do. Prod server one. Yeah.
Okay. And how you are doing to do RDP to database server? So are you able to hear me, Mohammed?
Yes, yes, tell me.
Uh, how you are trying to connect to this database server?
See from here, connect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then what next? Okay. Okay. I don't know why it is difficult for you to understand. So I just repeated the same thing for Kajal, right? So you need to understand that what you are trying to do. Okay. First thing is you need to understand that what you are trying to do and then perform that action. Okay. Let me
Okay.
just share my screen. and let me go and help you understand that what we are trying to do. Okay, so we have created this prod server 1. Okay, and we are able to connect to this from the internet. That's perfectly fine. But
Okay.
this DB server is actually an internal server, and this
Okay.
DB server does not have public IP, and this particular subnet does not have any kind of a connectivity to the internet, right? It cannot go and connect to the internet as well. So
Exactly.
which means it does not have internet gateway and all, and you are trying to connect that onto the private IP. We already did that exercise that you cannot connect to the servers on the private IPs, right?
Okay.
So what we need
Yeah.
to do, we actually have to connect to this prod server 1 first. Okay, so this is what we're going to be trying to do. We'll go and connect to this server 1, right? You are able to connect to this server 1.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And from this server 1, we actually have to go and connect to the DB server.
Okay.
So which means I'm going to be going and trying to run the remote desktop connection on this server, not on my laptop.
Okay.
Okay, and that is what we have done for the Kajal as well.
Okay.
Okay, that is what is done. We have done for the Kajal as well. So which means once you are here on the server 1, and then you need to go and try to connect to the DB server, not from your laptop, not
Okay.
from the internet directly. Okay,
Okay. Fine.
this is not work. Okay, this is not
Okay.
gonna work.
Understood. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
try
Thanks.
it and
I'll
try
try.
it. Let me know. Okay, okay, sure,
Okay.
sure.
Thanks. Thanks.
Just let me know if it works. All right. Okay. Okay. Yes, Shri, that is correct. So right now, this particular subnet 2, it does not have any kind of an association with the internet gateway. We do not have any route table which points to it that you need to go and use the internet gateway, right? That is why it is not able to reach out to the internet. And on top of it, it does not have the public IP as well. Okay, so both the factors are actually contributing to it. Okay, both the factors are actually contributing to it. Okay, let me go and check it out with the exercise which we have given to you. Okay, there we go. Looks like we have a very good testing here. The internet on the server 1 is working for all of you. That is very nice. Okay, but the internet on the database server is not working for anyone. Okay, it's not working for anyone, and that is right. Okay, that is right. The problem here is because subnet 2 does not know how to go to internet. We do not have any kind of a route which says, okay, you can go and use this internet gateway and then you can go to internet. We don't have any kind of routing information. We don't have uh, any kind of a connectivity given to the subnet 2. But subnet 1 and subnet 2 can talk to each other internally. That is how we are able to communicate. Okay, but this guy does not have public IP, and this guy does not know how to connect to internet. That is why when you are actually trying to connect to the internet, uh, this uh, this server is not showing you the web page you are looking for. Okay, this server is actually not showing you the web page you are looking for. Now let's say you have Oracle installed here, or you have some other database installed here. Okay, you have a Microsoft SQL installed here. If you're going to be going and installing Oracle or Microsoft SQL or any other database, you want the database should be able to go and download the patches, download some packages from the internet. So if I'm running Oracle, I want Oracle should be able to go to talk to oracle.com and download the patches. In that way, I'll be able to keep my database healthy. Is that okay? So I want to give access to it, but I still want to keep this server private. I still does not want to expose my database, because I don't want my database to be available on the internet so that anyone can go and try to guess the password, anyone will try to go and hack it, anyone will try to, cause any harm to it. I don't want to expose it, but still I want my database to go and talk to the internet. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be going and trying to work with one more service here. Okay, I'm going to be trying to bring in one more service here, and the name of the service which I'm going to be going and bringing in called NAT Gateway. Okay, NAT stands for Network Address Translation. Okay, the NAT stands for Network Address Translation. So we are going to be going and creating a NAT gateway, and NAT gateway is always created in a subnet where you have internet access. So I'm actually going to be going and creating a NAT here. Okay, I'm actually going to be going and creating a NAT server here, NAT gateway here. And then I'm going to be creating a routing information for the NAT. I'm going to go and say, okay, this subnet is going to be going and able to talk to NAT and help me communicate with the internet. Okay, so that is what I'm going to be trying to do. Okay, that's what I'm going to be trying to do. Is that okay? Is that fine? So which means I'm going to be going and making use of NAT, and then I'm going to be asking all the servers in the subnet to, you need to send all traffic for the internet to NAT, and NAT will go and talk to internet and get the answers you are looking for. NAT will go to the internet and NAT will get the information you need from the internet. Okay, NAT is going to help you facilitate that. You need not to go and directly talk to the internet. We are giving you NAT who is help you talk to the internet. So NAT is going to act as a kind of a proxy for you. You don't need public IP. You don't have to be facing on the internet. You can still be hidden behind the NAT, and the NAT is gonna be helping you to communicate on the internet. Okay. Now, what all the different services which we have used here so far, all of the services are part of the free tier. But this NAT gateway is not part of the free tier. Okay, NAT is not free to use. So we need to pay some charges for using the NAT. So NAT is going to be costing us some I think 5 or 10 cents for our. Let me go and check the costing here. Let me show you the costing for the NAT. Okay, I'll take you here on the internet and let me check it out how the NAT works. I will go to the VPC dashboard and I'm going to be going and trying to check the pricing. And within the pricing, I would like to go and check the pricing for the NAT. Okay, so here you can see we do have the NAT gateway pricing. Okay, so per hour charges, so you just have 5 cent being charged to you. So 5 cent is very economical. Okay, 5 cent is actually very economical. If I go and say 0.05 and I'm gonna multiply that by, let's say we have a 75 rupees a dollar. So just 4 rupees for using this exercise. Okay, so it is gonna be costing you some money to do this exercise. All right, so only thing we need to keep in mind is, okay, only thing we need to keep in mind is, as soon as we are done using the NAT, we need to go and delete the NAT. We don't have to leave the NAT running. So for this exercise, we are going to be paying 4 rupees. But as soon as we are going to be done using the NAT, go and delete that. Don't leave this NAT running in your account, because we don't want to continue to pay this 4 rupees per hour charges. Because if you leave it running over the weekend, Monday morning you will see it is going to be contributing to some huge amount. Okay. All right. So I encourage you to use this one because it's a very important concept, and you may find some other questions coming up in the exam from it. Okay, I would like you to go and configure and try it out and see that how exactly NAT works. So I'm going to take you back here onto the VPC dashboard, and on the left hand side you will find we do have an option here called NAT gateways. I'm going to be going and trying to use it. I'm going to go and provision it. Say I want to use the NAT gateway here. Okay, let's go and click on that, and I'm going to go and use this NAT gateway here. As soon as you click on the NAT gateways, it's going to come back and say, okay, we do not have any of the gateways here. Okay, it says that we do not have any of the gateways right now. So I'm going to create one. I'm going to go and click on this orange button and say I want to create a new NAT gateway. A NAT gateway is a fully managed service, which means Amazon is going to be responsible for managing it, and Amazon is going to be making sure that it's going to be available to us all the time. Okay, this is going to be available to us all the time. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go and click on say I want to create this NAT gateway. Okay, I'm gonna go and click on say I want to create this NAT gateway. So creating a NAT gateway is going to be very, very easy, but we need to provide a very vital information here. Okay, your job is just to give the name, and your job is just to give a very important information that where you want to create this NAT gateway. And Amazon is actually going to be going and asking you this question in the exam, that where you are going to create this NAT gateway. Okay, so this NAT gateway is always created in a subnet which has a internet access. In my case, I have a subnet 1, and subnet 1 is having an internet access. So I'm going to go and create a NAT in this subnet. Okay, so I'm repeating again. NAT is always created in a subnet which has internet access. In this case, we do have subnet 1 able to use internet. So we are going to create NAT in subnet 1. But who is going to use the NAT? NAT will be used by subnet 2. NAT will be used by those all subnets which does not have internet access. Okay, so if I'm going to create the NAT in this subnet, if I'm going to create the NAT here, the subnet 2 does not have internet access, right? Subnet 2 is not able to talk to internet. Then how NAT will talk to internet? So NAT will not be able to talk to internet. So that is why I actually need to go and create the NAT where I have internet access. So I will be always creating a NAT in the subnet where internet access is there. Okay, where internet access is available, so that I'll be able to go and consume it. Okay, so that I'll be able to go and consume it. All right. Okay, so NAT is always created in a subnet where you have internet access. Okay, that is the one thing you need to keep in mind. So I'm gonna go and select a NAT name here. I'm gonna call that one as uh, prod uh, prod NAT. Okay, So I'm going to call that prod NAT gateway, or it's also known as NGW. Okay, earlier we had IGW. This is NGW, network gateway, NAT gateway. And now I need to go and select that which subnet I need to create this gateway. So what should I choose here? Okay, it is asking that where I need to create that subnet. So which option I need to select? Okay, so I'm looking for a response from everyone here. All right. Okay. All right. Very, very nice. So we need to actually go and create that for the subnet one. Okay. So good job. So do remember this one. And we need to give a IP address also to this gateway. So I'm going to go and allocate an IP address here. I'm going to say allocate this IP address here. So it is automatically going to be going in configuring an IP address here. This is the IP address it has configured, and it allocated this IP address to the NAT, which is fine, which is good. And then I simply need to go and say I want to create this NAT gateway. Okay, I just need to go and say I want to create this NAT gateway. All right, as soon as I click on say I want to create this NAT gateway, it comes back and say okay, it is done. It is very, very nice. I have created the NAT gateway. Now I need to create this routing information. I need to create a one more route table, and I need to assign this route table to this subnet 2. I need to say subnet 2 is gonna use this NAT. Okay, this routing table is something I need to create. We also created earlier routing table, and that was for the internet gateway. So we're gonna create a one more routing table here now. Okay, so let's go and try creating that one. On the left hand side, I do have the route tables over there, and I'm gonna go and say I want to create a new routing table here. Okay, so I will select that I want to have a new routing table. I will call that one as prod routing table for NAT. Okay, it's a production routing table for the NAT. Okay, all right. So I also need to select that for which VPC I'm creating this routing table, and I'm actually creating this routing information for my production VPC. And that's all. I'm gonna go and hit the button say create. Once created, I need to update the routing information, and I also need to update the subnet information that which subnet is going to use it. Okay, I'm also gonna go and choose that which subnet is gonna go and use it. All right, I'm gonna go and hit a create button here, and then I'm gonna choose this routing table so that I can modify it, and I'm gonna make a selection that I want to make use of prod routing table, which is NAT. Okay, I'm gonna choose that this routing table I want to modify. And then what I want to modify first, I want to modify my routing information. Okay, I'm gonna be going and trying to modify the routing information here. So I'm gonna go and modify the information. I'm gonna say edit these routes, and we're gonna add one more route here. I'm gonna say 10.50 is my local traffic, but I want to send all the traffic, that is 00 traffic, and I want to send it to where? So where do you think you want to send this traffic to? So what do you want to choose here from this list? Okay, yep, that is correct. Okay, you are right, Shubham. You're correct, Humira. So we're gonna go and select that we want to send that traffic to the NAT gateway. And there we go. The gateway which we have created here is a prod NAT gateway is actually showing up here. And I'm gonna go and choose that one. Once selected, I'm gonna go and say save these routing information. So it is saved. And then I'm gonna choose that which subnet is going to use this information. Okay, which subnet is gonna go and use this information. So I'm gonna say which subnet is going to use this information. We have two subnets here. Okay, we have two subnets here. So which subnet should I select here? Okay, yep, you're right, Shubham. Let me wait for other responses as well. Okay, yes, Kajal, you're right. That's correct, Shri. Yep, that's perfect, Sanil. We are gonna go and use subnet 2 here. Only subnet 2. That's it. And I'm gonna go and click on save. And I am done. Okay, I am done. I need not to do anything else. I would like you to go and try out accessing the same internet from your DB server now. Okay, I'm just removing this and I want you to update your responses here. Are you able to use the internet on your DB server? We have not done anything on the server side, but we have done some configuration on the VPC side. Is internet working on the DB side now? All right, so Shubham is done testing and Shri is also done here and it's working for multiple folks here. That is great. So my database server is still private. My database server does not have public IP. No one will be able to contact my database server. Okay, no one will be able to go and reach out to my database server. My database server is still secure. Okay, my my database server is still secure here, and I'm able to go and make use of the internet services. Okay. All right, looks like it's working for everyone. Okay, looks like it's working for everyone. So does this make sense, guys? Is this okay? Are we good? Anyone having any questions here? Okay, so anyone having any questions here? Okay, so Shom is asking that is the NAT gateway accessible for public? Like, can hacker bypass it? No. So the hackers will not be able to connect to it because we don't have any username password over there. You will not have any kind of port exposed there. We don't have any firewall open for it, right? And we do have a enhanced monitoring tool sitting on it. We have enhanced hardware-based firewall sitting on the NAT, which means it is going to be actually scanning the packets more thoroughly, and it is going to be closing all the ports for the communication, which means it is kind of a restricted fortified entry there. Okay, so it is like an entrance where you have all the guards guarding you. Okay, where everyone is keeping an eye that what is going on here, who is coming, who is doing what. That is just one entry point. And that one entry point is actually protecting your hundreds of servers. There might be thousands of database servers you are running, right? There might be a lot of other servers within your organization, and you're going to be protecting all of them. Okay, all right. So looks like Sanal is having some difficulty here. Let's go and see where is Sanal. Okay, I'm gonna send you the rights to share your screen, Sanal. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Sanal. All right, and I know, guys, we are here for a lunch break. Okay, I'm just gonna take a couple of more minutes, right? I don't want to hold you back for the lunch. We just take 2 minutes here to help Sanal. Okay, okay. So Sanal, what is not working? The internet on DB is not working. Do you have microphone to use?
Yeah,
Okay.
sir. Yes, the internet on
Okay.
DB is not working.
Okay, that's not working. Okay, very nice. Can you please yeah, scroll it up here. Okay, in the Subnet Association, you don't have, okay, you have this subnet too, right? Can you expand the subnet ID below there? Expand that. We want to make sure it's subnet 2. Yep, perfect. Let's check the routes here. Okay, scroll it down. This also looks great. This also looks great. I think it's all good here. It's all good here. Let's go and check it out your server. Okay.
It's still showing the yellow signal VLF.
Right. You're right. Still not able to get there. Okay. Yeah, it's not connecting you over there. Let's go back to your console. Okay. So can you go and check it out what the health of your NAT gateway is? Okay. It's available and that is perfect. And yeah, continue scrolling toward the right. Okay, it is attached with the VPC. Okay, go next. And okay, can you click on this subnet which is showing here? Yeah, just go and click on that. I want to make sure that okay, it is selected with the subnet 1. This also looks great. Okay, this is also fine. Okay, okay. No, I think everything is good here. I don't see any challenge here. You are you are all good here. Okay, is it working on the server 1?
Yes, on the server it's working now.
Okay, on the server 1 it is working. This is server 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not working here, right? Oh, this is internal one. Okay, this is server 1.
This is
Okay.
server 1. Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
working.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working over here.
Right, right, it's working. Okay, very, very nice. So that's a good problem. Let's go back. Let's say check it out the servers here. Let's go to the EC2 instance. Okay, go to the EC2 dashboard. I want to see that where your servers are sitting. Okay. Let's select okay, this is the prod DB server, right? Okay.
Yes.
Which subnet it is part of? Would you please scroll it toward the right? We'll see options there. Okay, does not have public IP. It's having the prod firewall. That's fine. Okay, doesn't have information. Can you increase the this section? Yeah, let's increase this section. Okay. All right. Okay.
No, yes,
This is
it's a part of subnet one. Okay, 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 I got it.
okay. Yeah, it's wrongly
Hmm.
deployed, right?
Yes, yes, it's a long way deployed.
Okay,
Yeah.
you have deployed in incorrect subnet. Okay, go and terminate and create a new one. And okay. All right. Okay, you should be fine once you
Yes,
deploy it there.
yes,
Let me know if it works or not. Okay, so I don't
yes,
want to
yes.
hold anyone back here. So let me share my screen, and before we go for lunch break, just one request for everyone. Okay, just want to request one thing. Please go and delete the NAT gateway. Okay, if we are done using it, I want you to go and please delete the NAT gateway. So we need to come here to the NAT gateways, and then we need to select this NAT gateway, and we need to say delete this one. Okay, don't leave this running. We don't want that. So go and delete this NAT gateway, and it should be shown as a deleting, or it should go away very soon. And I would like you to go and confirm this. Okay, I don't want you to forget that, because um, it's gonna accumulate a lot of cost on your account, and I don't want you to pay unnecessary any charges. Okay, all right. Uh, once it is deleted, okay, once it is gone from here, we need to go and do one more thing. Once we go here onto the EC2 dashboard, you will find we do have a one IP address also assigned here. Okay, and it is showing that we do have a elastic IP given here. So do you see the elastic IP is showing one? Once the NAT gateway is gone, we need to remove this IP as well. Okay, so we need to go and remove this IP as well. But first I need to confirm that gateway is gone. Then I will be able to delete this IP as well. Okay, it says deleted. It is gone. So it says deleted, which is very, very nice. I will go and try to remove this elastic IP as well. So how to remove this elastic IP? You actually need to go to action, and you need to say, I want to disassociate it, and I want to release it. It should be disassociated automatically as soon as the NAT will go away. Okay. Okay, it should be disassociated automatically once we delete the NAT. And we should be able to go and release this elastic IP. Looks like it is still having some association. It is not allowing me to release. That's fine. Once we come back from the break, we will go and release this. Okay, we'll talk more on this, that what type of this IP is and why we are using it. So anyone having any questions here right now before we go for a break here? Anyone having any questions? Okay, so Kajal is having a question that we have paid for 1 hour for NAT. That is correct, Kajal. Once we configure the NAT, we have to pay at least for 1 hour, and we are just going to be paying 5 cents for using it for 1 hour. Okay. Uh, can we add a heavy load utility on this server? I mean, feel free to do that if you want to do so, but that will not serve any purpose, because you know making a uh, CPU 100% does not help. Okay, does not help. Okay, All right. So any other question before we go for our lunch break here? Okay, I will go and try to disassociate once more time. Okay, let's see. Otherwise, we'll go and release that later. Okay, it's available here, and I'm able to choose that release this elastic IP here. Okay, and I want to go and let that go as well. EC2s and other services are fine, no charges for it, no charges for VPCs, subnets, and other stuff, routing table, all that are free. Okay, no cost associated. So if you have no further question, and if you have already deleted the NAT, okay, okay, Rahul and Shraddha, Shri, would you confirm that so we can actually go for break here? Okay, okay, we don't have to leave this NAT running. Okay, all right, okay, Sanal, Kajal, okay, all right. Okay, Sanal, you can also delete it once you test this out, right? So make sure you delete that. Don't leave that running. We'll try reminding you. That is why we added a column over there, so we don't miss that out. Very nice. So we'll go for a break now. We'll take a 45 minutes break here, and we'll be back by 2:30. Is 2:30 fine? Okay. All right. So enjoy your lunch break. We'll talk to you at 2:30 then. Thank you, everyone. All right, folks, we are actually at 2:30, but actually I'm not able to finish my lunch. I'm still in the middle of my lunch. It was actually got delayed, so I need to extend this break by another 15 minutes. Okay, so we are gonna be meeting in 15 minutes now. Okay, so just to let everyone know. Okay, we're gonna be back at 45. All right, everyone. So we are at 2:45, and I'm back. Okay. Or thank you very much for giving me extra time to finish my lunch. So please let me know if you are also back. Okay. All right. Looks like most of us are back here. So let's go and start. Okay. Let's go and resume. So we are going to be going and discussing one scenario, and then we are going to be trying to implement it. Okay, and after that we are going to be going and doing a one project to get the understanding onto the VPC. So that is what we're going to be doing next. Okay. Okay, the first scenario which I'm going to be going and talking about is that we we do have two of the VPCs which we have created here. Okay, so we have created the two VPCs. uh, one VPC, we call that one as a production one. Okay, we are calling one of the VPC as a production VPC, and I believe the range which we have used for this particular VPC is 10.50.0.0/16. Okay, and then we have created another VPC earlier, and that was a sales VPC, and the network ID which we have used for that particular network was 10.30. Is that okay? That is what we have done, and that is something we can actually go and verify here on the console as well. If I'm going to be going and taking you back here onto the console, and if I go and check it out, the VPCs which are being shown here, you will find we do have these two VPCs and these two ranges shown here. So sales VPC and prod VPC, 10.30 and 10.50. Is that okay? Is that fine? So do you see that? Do you have that? Okay, okay. All right, very, very nice. So what we are going to be doing with this is we are actually going to be going and trying to make both the VPCs talk to each other. Both of them are actually the private network. Both of them are actually the different network, right? Both are having a different network ID, and these are two different networks. So I actually want that one of the server which I have here in the prod, this should be able to go and connect to or do RDP to the server which is there in the sales. I should be able to make this connection happen. Okay, so that is something which I'm going to be trying to accomplish next here. Okay, that is something I'm going to be trying to accomplish here. So how we are going to be doing it? We are actually going to be going and setting up something known as VPC pairing. Okay, we can create a pairing, and pairing is going to help these two VPC talk. Okay, so what is pairing? Pairing help two VPCs talk. So we are going to be going and talking about the VPC pairing here. So we're going to be setting up a connectivity between these two. Is that fine? You with me? All right. Okay. So let's go and do that. I'm going to be taking you back onto the VPC dashboard here, and on the left hand side you will find we do have one option here called pairing connections. Okay. So here we have on the left hand side we have an option called pairing connections. So I'm gonna go and set up this pairing connection. Okay, I want you to please follow me. Please join me in this exercise. Okay, I don't want you to miss any of the steps here. So are you here with me on this create peering connection? Okay. All right. That is very, very nice. Okay. Okay. So we are gonna go and click on here, say create the peering connection. Okay. We are gonna go and click on here, say create the peering connection. I know all of us are actually working from home, and sometime we do have some interruptions. So those can be interruption from the some family members, or interruption due to the internet connectivity, or interruption due to the power connectivity. So if you're going to be missing on any of the step, so just pause me there and just let me repeat that for you. Okay, just let me know during that time. If you're going to be skipping one step, so it's gonna not work for you. You will not be able to follow that. All right. So if you're gonna be feeling that you're not able to follow or skip one step, let me know. Okay, just raise your hand, just stop me there. So I'm gonna go and click on say create the peering connection. So here it's asking the what the name you want to give to the peering. I will call this one as it is gonna be sales to prod peering. Okay, it's gonna be sales to prod peer. Now we need to define that which VPC is going to create a request, who is going to be requesting for the information. Okay, who's going to be asking that we need to set up a peering connection, we need to set up a relationship, we need to set up a connectivity. So this is going to be any one of your VPC. So as I have mentioned, sales to prod, so I will use that request is going to be coming from the sales. Okay, so let me go and say I want to send a request from the sales VPC. Okay, the request is going to be coming from the sales VPC. And now the interesting part here is, okay, the interesting part here is you can actually set up a peering within your account, and you can actually set up a peering between some other account as well. Okay, so in case if you have not created sales VPC for you, or if that is not working, you can actually go and use my account. Okay, you can set up a pairing with my sales account. Okay, with my, you can use that. And if you have created the prod one, so you can say my requester is going to be prod. Okay, you can say my requester is going to be prod. So here I have selected the sales, and I'm gonna go and do the connectivity to my account only. You can select another account as, and you need to provide the another account number here. So I think Mohammed was having a difficulty creating the sales one. So Mohammed, have you created that one? You good? Or you want to use uh, my account for that? Okay. Anyone want to use my account for connectivity? Okay. So how many VPCs you do see in your account, Mohammed? Do you have both sales and prod? Or you can actually go and create a sales quickly. Okay. How you can create a sales? You can actually go to the VPC dashboard. Okay. So I want you to go to the networking section, and I want you to go and click on the VPC. Okay. I think the sales which you have created that manually, right? Sorry about that. I don't want you to go and use the sales. Okay. I want you to use the launch VPC Wizard and create something different. Create HR. Okay. Create a VPC for HR. So click on this one and say I want to use the first option here, and then select this one and say I want to create this as an HR, and here I want you to use 10.70. Okay, it's only for Muhammad. It's only for the people who does not have another VPC working. So just use this one, okay, and you're gonna be fine. Just say I want to create an HR and just give this ID and click on create. And you can actually set up a pairing between the HR and you can set up an pairing between the HR and others. Okay, you want me to show your screen? Sure. Let's give you the rights. Go ahead and share your screen, Mohammed. Okay, you can actually use your microphone as well. Okay. All right, so you are here. Please.
Put under
Yep.
Wizard.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead and change this CIDR block, which is given over here, say 10.70. Just add 7 over there. Okay, very nice. Come down and say VPC name is going to be HR.
VPC name, please. Which one? Pardon?
HR. Yep. And then say public subnet is going to be 10.70 again. So here it is highlighting the red. Yeah, make it 10.70. And that's it. You are good. Just go and click on say create this VPC.
I think I have got created already. I want to check that, please.
Okay, no problem. Just say your VPC is here. Okay, so you have might be created a sales VPC twice. No problem. You can go and delete one of them. Just click on the sales, which is the fourth one. Just unselect all the rest of them. Okay, go to action and say delete. Okay, yeah, confirm it, delete, and let that go away. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now select the other sales as well and go to action and say delete. Okay. All right, this looks good. We can actually now create sales for you. Just go to VPC dashboard and we're gonna go and make use of Wizard here. Okay, go and say, yep, that is perfect. And let's call this as a sales. We can use 30. Because 30 is not in use right now. Let's call this sales VPC. That's okay. All right, sales VPC. Change this to 10.30 here. All right, this looks also good. Okay, just click on subnet name. This error will go away. Okay, yeah, this go away. Yeah, now create VPC. So you are all set, and you can also follow the exercise which we are doing. Okay, nothing else is required. So
Thank you.
okay,
Thank you.
you need to create one server actually. Okay, we need to have the one server there in the sales. Let me check if we have that sales server existing, or we also need to create that one. Okay, I do have a sales server. So yeah, go and create one Windows server in the sales. So yeah, launch instance. Windows 1, yep. Oh no, you missed that. You missed above. Okay, T2 micro is fine. Yeah, let's select the sales. Okay, enable the public IP. Yeah, select enable here. Yeah. Okay, next. Let's give the tag, and we will give the name. Key is going to be name. And let's call this sales server. Okay. All right, we're going to go and create a new security group. We'll call that sales firewall. And let's review and launch. Okay. Yeah, use the same key. That's fine. Okay, the server is going to boot up. That's fine. All right, now I think you're all set.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me go ahead and share my screen and let's move forward. All right, so okay, I'm gonna take you back here onto the pairing screen, and we have selected that we want to use the sales as a requester. Okay, so I'm gonna be going and choosing that yes, I'm gonna be using a sales as a requester, and then gonna be scrolling it down. I'm gonna say it is gonna be my account only. I'm gonna be going and attaching to another VPC which exists in my account. Okay, I'm gonna be going and adding that which exists in my account. And it's also saying that I can actually go and have a pairing with the VPC that is gonna be in another region. Okay, that's also one important and interesting option. So if you have created a private network in different region, let's say you have an office in Mumbai and you have created a VPC in Mumbai as well. You have an office in Singapore and you have created a pairing or you have created a VPC over there as well. So VPC pairing allows you to set up the peering connection with the VPC anywhere in the world and VPC in any of the account. Okay, any of the account and anywhere in the world, that is something which is possible. Okay, so I'm gonna say this is within my region, and who is going to accept my request? Prod is going to accept my request. So this pairing is between sales and prod, and we are gonna go and try to join these two servers. Okay, I'm gonna select this one, and then I'm gonna just click on button say create this pairing connection. Okay, I'm just gonna go and hit this say create the pairing connection. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna go and hit say create this pairing connection, and it'll gonna be very quick and coming saying it is successful. Okay, it's gonna come back and say it is successful. Now, uh, now what I'm gonna be doing is I'm actually gonna be trying to connect to one of the instances from one to another one. Okay, so I'm gonna be going and just checking that what all servers I do have. Okay, I'm just gonna be going and checking that what all servers I do have here. So I'm gonna go and check to the EC2 management console. Okay, and I'm gonna pick up the production one server, right? We have this production server one. Okay, we do have this production server one. So let's go and try to connect to it. If you already have a connection, that is very, very good. If not, please go and try to connect to the production server one. Let me refresh the screen and let me see what all servers I do have here for me. Okay, it's taking long to refresh it. All right, I think it was easy to open that again. So it's still refreshing that page. Okay, so what I'm interested in the production server 1, and I'm going to be trying to connect to this server on the public IP. So I will go and get the credentials so that I'm able to connect to it. If you're already connected, that is very nice. So here I am going to be trying to connect to it. Let me bring in the remote connection here. Okay. All right. So here is the remote desktop connection. And I'm going to fill in the IP to which I would like to connect. And this is the production server I am connecting to. Okay. So let me go and click on say I want to connect to it. It's going to be asking me the username password. So I have the username and I have the password. Okay, I'm connecting. Okay. All right, Muhammad, you are trying to create the pairing. Okay, so how to create the pairing is just click on say pairing connection and then give the pairing connection name, say sales prod pairing. Okay, just say sales prod pairing and then select the requester is sales. Okay, then select the requester is sales. Okay. All right, let me connect here. All right, it'll connect. So what you need to select is you need to select the sales here as a requester, and then you need to select here as acceptor is gonna be prod. Okay, just select here as prod, and that's it. Once you select this, just click on say create the pairing connection. Okay, just click on say create the pairing connection. All right, so here I have connected to the prod server 1. Okay, I'm here on the prod server 1. So from the prod server 1, I am going to be trying to open a connection. I'm going to say I want to connect to another server, which means I need a remote desktop connection. Okay, which means I need to initialize a remote desktop connection here. Okay, so I'm going to select that remote desktop connection here. And then I need to get the private IP of sales server. Okay, because we are on a prod server now. Okay, we are on a prod server. So what I'm going to be trying to do from this prod server, I'm going to be trying to connect to sales servers on the private IP. I'm not trying to connect it on the public one. I'm trying to connect that on a private one so that I should know that if I am able to use the private networks here to reach out to this. Okay, that is what I am going to be trying to do. So let's do it. I'm going to I'm going to locate the sales server and I'm going to use the private IP. And you know that The private IP is not available on internet. Private IP is only available within the Amazon, within that particular VPC. So if this VPC is connected, I should be able to go and make use of it. Okay, I should be able to make use of it. All right, so I will pick up this private IP of the sales server, and I'm gonna be trying to connect to it. Okay, so I'm gonna be going and trying to it, and as soon as I say I want to try to connect to it, it is not gonna work. Okay, it is gonna time out. Okay, because we have set up a peering, but we have not done the configuration that how the traffic is going to flow. Okay, so it is not just you go and say I want to set up a peering and peering is done. No, you actually have to go and create some configuration. You need to create a routing table as well. Okay, you need to update the routing information as well. So I'm gonna go back to the um, VPC, and you will find in the peering connection, the peering which you have set up, it is showing that it is pending the acceptance. Means one person has sent a request and the other person has to accept that request. Okay, so it is not that anyone can go and put any account number and the it will start working. No, when you say I want to set up a pairing with you with the other network need to accept it. Okay, it need to acknowledge that okay, I am okay to have a pairing with you, and that is what we are going to be doing now. So we are going to be going to actions. Okay, we will be going to actions, and then we're going to say accept the request. Okay, just accept the request here. All right, so we are gonna go and click on say accept the request, and you will find it is gonna turn green. Okay, it's gonna show it as an active. So is it showing active to you? Is it showing active for you? All right, very good. So if it is showing green to you and active to you, very, very good. So on the same screen, okay, on the same screen, we have one more option here called root tables. Okay, we have one more option here called root tables. So I'm gonna go and click on say, I want to check the root tables which are associated here with this, with it. Okay, it says right now no root table is actually making use of it. Okay, currently we don't have anything making use of it. Okay, nothing is working here right now. That is fine. What we are gonna do, we are gonna be going to root tables here. Okay, we are gonna go to the root tables here, and then we will be locating the root table which belongs to the uh, production VPC. Okay, so we actually created two route tables for the production here. One was for the NAT and other one was for the IGW. Okay, we had one of them was for the NAT and other one was for the IGW. Okay, so I'm gonna go and make use of this internet gateway routing table. I would like to go and modify this one. Are you able to locate your routing table for the internet gateway? Is that showing up for you? Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go and click on this routing table, and then I'm going to be going and clicking on saying, I want to modify these routes. Okay. I'm interested in changing some of the routing information. I want to give more information about Sales VPC. Okay. I want to give more information about the Sales VPC. So I'm gonna go and click on roots here. Okay, I'm gonna go and click on the roots here, and then I'm gonna click on say edit these roots. Okay, I would like to go and edit these routing information. I would like to go and edit these roots here. Okay, let's click on edit. We already have two entries over there. We know that what is 10.50, right? We already know what is 10.50. Okay, but we don't know what is 10.30. Sales is 10.30 for us, right? Sales network is 10.30. So we are gonna go and choose say we want to add a one more route, and we want to inform about 10.30. I'm gonna say if traffic is for 10.30 00/16, that is a network ID. If the traffic is for that network, okay. If you're looking for traffic information for that network, I want to send that to pairing. Okay, so I'm gonna say I actually want to send that to pairing. So if you scroll this down, you will find there is a pairing connection over there. So is it good for you? Is it showing for you? All right, so I'm gonna go and select the pairing connection here, and you will find the pairing which we have set up, that is sales and prod pair, is now showing up here. Okay, we'll be able to go and refer this pairing connection here. We'll be able to go and use this pairing connection here. All right. So let's go and choose this and let's save it. Okay, I'm gonna go and save it, which means I have actually informed, I have actually created awareness here. Okay, I have created an awareness here that now we have one 10.30 network as well. And to reach out to 10.30, we can use a peering connection. Okay, we can make use of this peering connection. We have one more route here. We know one more way now. Okay, we are aware of one more way here now. Okay. All right. Okay. So we have done this, we have done this part on the prod network, but sales also need to know that. Okay. Well, if sales doesn't know how to reach the other network, they will not be able to, there won't be a two-way communication, right? We don't want to keep a one-way communication. We want to make it a two-way communication. Okay. We want to make it as a two-way communication here. All right. Okay. So I'm now going to go and check the routing table which is for the sales. Okay, I would like to go and check it out, the route table which we have for the sales. So are you able to locate the route table which is for the sales VPC? Okay, do you see? Okay, how we can quickly find that out is you can actually go to VPCs. Okay, you can go to VPCs and you have that sales VPC. Just copy this VPC ID. Okay, just copy this VPC ID and we will be able to filter out that what all the routing tables we do have for the sales. We'll be able to go and filter those, use those. So I will again go back to the route tables and then I will say I want to search out which are the route tables associated with this particular VPC ID, and it's going to show you two entries over there. Okay, it is going to show you two entries over there, and we actually need to select, okay, we need to select where you have the subnet associated. Okay, so for the sales, it is actually showing that we have sales is actually associated with this routing table. Okay, there might be multiple routing tables, but we need to go and use the one which is going to be having a, okay, which is going to be having a subnet association with it. So are you able to locate it? Okay, okay, all right, all right. So okay, so Shraddha, what I was trying to explain here is uh, we need to find out the uh, you know the routing tables which are associated with the sales. So what you can do, either you can give the VPC ID of the sales, right? You can actually go and search it out that what all the routes are there with this, or you can actually click in here to sort it out. So you will be able to see multiple route tables here for sales. So are you able to see the multiple route tables for the sales? So Shraddha, are you able to find that? Okay, I want you to choose where you have a subnet association. So which means I actually need to select the second one where the subnet association is. So I need to use this. Okay, I need to click on the checkbox for this particular item. Let me make a selection here. Okay, let me make a selection here. And then you will find we have the routes given for it. And we have to make the similar entry here also. So earlier we have made an entry for we have made an entry for 10.30. So here we have to make an entry for 10.50 network. Okay, we need to make it aware of that network. We need to go and make it aware of that network. Okay. So I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna go and say I want to edit these routes. Anyone still not able to locate it? Anyone needs help here at this stage? If this is not working for any of you. Okay, I know it's complex and you are doing this for the first time. You have not seen this screen before, so I know it's gonna be slow for you. It's gonna be a little dry for you. So I'm gonna go and say edit these routes. And we're gonna go and click on say I want to add some routes here. Now what route I need to add? I actually need to add for 10.50. Okay, I need to add for 10.50 0016. So is this okay? All right, and I also need to specify the destination, and destination is going to be same for me. Okay, destination is same. I'm again going to be going and selecting an option here that I want to send this traffic to a peering connection. Okay, I'm going to be trying to send this traffic also to the peering. All right, so I selected, and same pairing is going to be showing up here for me, and I'm going to be selecting that pairing and then clicking on say save these routes. So the pairing is done, the routing has been set up, and we are all set. Okay, we are all set here. All right, now I'm going to be going and trying to check this one more time. I'm going to check that if I'm able to connect to the sales server on the private IP. Earlier we were not able to connect, but let me go and check it out if it works this time. And there we go. It is working. It's asking for the username password. It's not giving me any error. It's not saying I cannot connect. So is it connecting for you? Is it working for you? All right. That is very, very nice. Okay. So that is very, very nice. Let me know if the pairing is working for you. Okay. Let me know if pairing is working for you. Okay. All right. Very, very good. Very, very good. So which means two private networks can talk to each other with the help of the pairing. Okay. So two private networks can talk to each other with the help of the pairing. Okay, that is what we have done here. And the pairing is again does not cost you any money. Okay, it's only going to be costing you money in case if you're going to be trying to set up a pairing between two different regions. So pairing between the within the region is going to be free because you are still there in the same region. So you're not transferring data on onto a different continent to different country. Okay, we are still there. Okay, looks like it's working for all of you. All right, we are gonna go and do a small project to build the understanding, and then I will actually add some more explanation to what we have discussed on the VPC part, because we have not discussed that how we can actually go and connect your office, your own data center with Amazon. Okay, what are the options we do have to connect for the connectivity purpose? We have also not discussed about the concept that the server which will help you connect to the internal one, what that server is known as. Okay, we just need to label some of the components, and we need to talk about some of the questions which are going to be coming up here from this VPC. Okay, and then we are going to be closing this VPC topic. Okay, but I want to give you a very simple scenario. I just want to know that, just want to reinforce the learning with you, just want to know that if you have understood what we have covered. Okay, so I want you to go and set up a one VPC here, and we're going to be calling that one as a web VPC. And we are going to be going and using an address here called 10.90.0.0/16. Okay, one question for you. Why I am using a series of a 10 always? Can I use 20? Can I use 30? Can I use 40? Okay, can I use any other number here? All right, so the answer is, okay, the answer is uh, we can use it. Okay, we can use it, but we should not. Okay, we should not use them for the private networks. We do have a specific range of IPs which are designed to be used for the private network. Okay, we do have a range provided to us, and that is where we are supposed to use those ranges for the private networks. Okay, otherwise it's going to be creating a kind of a confusion. It is going to be kind of a creating a conflict. Okay, so let me scroll it down and let me share something with you. I'll share the link here. Okay, it says, as per the network guidelines, as per the network standards which are there in the RFC 1918. So these are the ranges, these are the IP address ranges which can be used for private network, because these IP addresses are not used on internet. Okay, so these IP addresses are not used on the internet, so you can use these IP addresses for the private network. Okay, it's not being used on the internet. All right, so although you can use any of the numbers over there, but it is not recommended, because if you start using say 20 dot something, it might be possible that someone on the internet is using it, and it is going to be having a clash with you if you try to reach out to that website or to that address, because you are also using as that private address, so it might create a conflict. Okay, so you should not use that. So you might be wondering that you have a internet at home, and you're having a router, and you have set up your own private network, and you might be using this range 172.16 or maybe 192.168. Okay, so now you know that why on your home router you are actually using these ranges for your private network. Okay, why everyone is using 192.168 kind of addresses for your router. Let me share this with you. All right, Okay, so what we're deciding on the project was we were trying to create this web VPC, and we are going to go and use this range, and then we will go and create two subnet inside it. We'll call that as a web subnet 1 and web subnet 2. Okay, and the range which we want to give here is going to be 10.90.1.0/24. Okay, that is the one we are going to be going and creating. And then we are gonna create a one more here and gonna say it is gonna be 2. Okay, both of them are gonna be public. Okay, we are not creating any of the private one. Both of them are gonna be staying the public one. And we are gonna go and create two web servers here. You can use Windows web server, IIS, you can create a Linux web server. Okay, anything of your own choice. I'll go and deploy, say this is the web 1 for me. Okay, and then the other one is the web 2 for me. And then we are going to go and deploy a load balancer here. Okay, we are also going to go and deploy a load balancer here. And this is all going to be in a VPC you are going to create. Okay, it's all going to be in a VPC you are going to create. And your load balancer should be public one. Okay, I should be able to go and connect it from the outside world. I should be able to connect to it, and it'll automatically go and send my traffic to one of your web servers. Both the web servers can show a same page. That's fine. You don't have to create a different page over there. But that's how the traffic should flow. That's how the traffic should work here. Is this okay? Would you be able to create this VPC? Would you be able to use it? No, I do not want you to use a wizard. Okay, do not use wizard. Wizard is actually going to be creating a one subnet here, right? I want you to create it yourself. How to create internet gateway, how to set up the route, and how to make it work. Okay, that is what we want to achieve here. So I'm going to give you 15 minutes to complete this exercise. Okay, I'm going to give you 15 minutes to complete this project. And this will, let's see how far you will be able to go. Okay, I'm sure you're going to be having some challenges doing it, but I think the learning which you're going to be getting out of it, it's going to be really, really awesome. Okay, with this learning, you can actually work in any of the environment. So web 1 and web 2 both are public. Okay, both are public. We do not have any of the private. So both servers are going to be public one. So both of these subnets are a public one, which means they are going to be both having the public IP and the private IP. Is that okay? Anyone else having any other question? All right, I'm gonna give you 15 minutes to complete that. Okay, I'm gonna give you 15 minutes to do so. All right, so good luck. Let's see how far you're able to go with this. All right, so let's see where we are. Okay, looks like Shri is done, and Shri has sent okay link for his load balancer. Let me go and try to check that if that works. Okay, let me go to verify that one. Okay, okay, yes, it is working very well. Okay, it's working very well here. That's a good work, Shri. That's very nice. I mean, if you're able to make these VPC and actually try to make everything from the scratch, that is gonna be really great. Okay, that is really great. Anyone else able to complete that? Anyone else done on the VPC project? Okay, so Kajal, you're trying to understand the project work again, or where are you? Okay, so Kajal, what we were trying to do here in the project work is we are trying to create a VPC, and in that VPC we have to create two subnets. Both these subnets are going to be public, and then we're going to be hosting two web servers in those two subnets. We'll create a load balancer and add both the web servers in it, and we should be able to go and access the. Okay, so it means you are actually going to be going and creating everything from scratch. You're going to make use of your uh, own VPC, own network here. All right, anyone else still working on it, or are we done here? Are you still working? Are you able to close it, or do you think you want to do that later after the class? Or let me know how you want to proceed further. Or do you need 5 more minutes? Or you're closed, you need help, or let me know where you are. Okay, Shubham needs 5 more minutes here. Okay. Okay, Rahul also needs 5 minutes. That's good. I think if you think you're able to complete that in 5 minutes, that's gonna be good. Okay, Umera also needs the 5 minutes here. All right, let me give you 5 more minutes here. Okay, let's wait for 5 more minutes and see how many of you are able to complete that. In the meantime, let me also try sharing that the details on the project, what we are trying to accomplish. Okay. Okay. All right. So she's saying that while creating the load balancer, it said at least two subnets from the different zones, but by both subnets were from the same region. That is fine. At least you have some kind of a redundancy within the within the region. If you're gonna go and create your servers in a one single zone, then it's gonna be a problem, right? So it want actually your servers to be distributed. Okay. So it says you need to select two zones, not two regions. Okay. So that's the difference. All right.
All right, folks. So I think extra 5 minutes are also over here. Okay, the extra 5 minutes are also, we are done with it. Okay, so anyone else done with it? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So okay. All right. Let me check the questions in the meantime. I think no one is done yet. Anyone done yet? Okay, guys, so looks like no one else is able to finish that one. Okay, so that's fine. You can actually continue working that one. Okay, so we'll not wait further here. So Rahul is having a one question here. Rahul says, please select at least two subnets in different availability zones to provide higher availability for your load balancer. Okay, so let me try explaining that. Why do you see that message coming in? Okay, the the message is actually because if you're gonna go and create both these subnets, this if this is gonna be in zone A, and if other one is also gonna be in the zone A, then your both servers is there. Okay, your both servers are actually there in that. That is something we need to avoid. Okay, we need to avoid that part. All right. Okay, does make sense, guys? So if you let me just try, I think adding something more to it. So if you're going to be creating this subnet one in, let's say, zone A, okay, and you're also creating your web subnet also in the zone A. So do you think it does any do you think it makes sense if I'm going to be creating one server in subnet one and then another subnet in another server in another subnet? Do you think I will be able to get the high availability? Because I'm using the same zone here, right? Here also I'm using zone A, and here also I'm using zone A, and that is something load balancer is not happy with. It says it is as good as you create just one subnet and keep both the servers in there. It's as good as this one because you are dependent on one single data center. So if you're trying to create two subnets, so it's a good idea to go and split that up. Let that be in B. Okay, let that be in B. So in that case, if you have your web 1 running here and web 2 running here, they are going to be in the different data center. Okay. All right. Very nice. Okay. So that's a good learning, right? That's a good learning. That's a good takeaway here. Okay. What else? Anyone else having any other question? Okay. Anyone else having any other question here? No? So are we good to proceed further? Okay. All right. So I just want you to pause whatever work you're doing. Okay. So you can continue doing your project later on. Okay. I just want you to pay full attention here because I'm going to be going and summarizing here, and I'm going to be going and labeling some of the component which we did. Okay. And it's very important for us to understand those components here. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna take you back here on the screen. Okay. Okay. So this is what we have created. This is what we have built. Okay. This is what we have created, what we have built. And this is how we were able to go and communicate with the internet, right? So how we were able to go and talk to the internet here. Now, when we are making use of a server which will help us connect to the internal servers, right? In this case, we were using a server one. Okay. In this case, we were using a server one, and this server one is actually helping us. Okay. In this server one is actually helping us connect to the internal servers. So there is a special name given to these type of servers which help us connect to the internal servers. So how server one is helping? Server one is actually helping us to connect to it first from the internet, and then from server one we'll be able to go and talk to all the internal servers there. Okay, we'll be able to go and talk within the private subnets. So this type of servers are known as jump server. Okay, we call them as a jump box or a best and host. There are two different names. Okay, it's known as a jump host or best and host. So if you see anywhere in the question, in the exam, in the scenario, if anyone is talking about a jump host or a best and host, which means it is a server in the public subnet which will help us connect to the private one. Okay, which means we are talking about one of the server which is there in the public subnet, and we can able to connect to it from the internet, and with the help of this server we will be able to go and connect to the subnet 2 or the internal subnet or the private servers. So do remember that what is a jump host or what is a bastion host. Okay, the server which allow you to connect to private network, which allow you to connect to the server which are internal. All right, this is the very first thing you need to remember. And now second thing is, when you create the AWS infrastructure, you also want to connect to this AWS from your own organization. Okay, it may be possible that your company is having their own data center, or you are having your own corporate office, and from there you want to connect to AWS, right? You want to set up a connection to the AWS in that way. Okay, so how we can actually go and achieve it? So let's say this is your office. Okay, this is your data center where you're keeping all your internal servers, and now you want to go and talk to Amazon. Right now, how we are connecting? Okay, right now how currently we are connecting, we are actually going to internet first. Okay, we are going to internet first, and then from internet we are connecting via internet gateway, and then reaching out to the public subnet. Okay, that is how the communication is happening right now, right? That is how we saw we are able to connect. Now the problem with this scenario is, okay, the problem which we have in this case is we actually have to use the internet. Okay, so we actually need to go and use internet for that. I am actually sending all my traffic to internet. Okay, all my traffic is flowing to internet first, and then from internet it is actually going to Amazon. Okay, which means in between I have a public network. Okay, in between I have a public network. So when we have a public network in between, that means someone can intercept the data which we are trying to set. Okay, someone can actually read that stuff, someone can try to hack the data which we are trying to send it to Amazon, because we are trying to send it through the public network, we are trying to send it through the internet. Okay, so what is the solution I do have? Okay, how I can actually go and change that behavior, how I can go and not to use the public network for communication. I can actually go and set up my own private communication. Okay, I can actually set up a leased line. I can actually set up a kind of a dedicated connectivity for myself. Okay, I can say I would like to have a dedicated channel, dedicated line only for me. So I will go and contact the any of the service provider. It can be Airtel, it can be Geo, it can be some other network provider, and I will request them to please set up a dedicated connection between Amazon and me. Okay, it's kind of a lease line, and it is only going to be connection between me and Amazon. So I will not be able to get internet on this, but I will be able to use all the Amazon services on this. Okay, I'll be able to consume all the Amazon services on this link, which means I don't have to go through the internet and then consume the services. I don't have to depend on the slow internet speed. I can actually have my own 1 Gbps, or I can actually use 10 Gbps connection. So there are two options available, 1 gig or 10 gig. You can choose that what kind of a speed you do need to connect with the Amazon. Okay, and with the help of it, you are having a secure connection. You are going to be having a dedicated connection to reach out to the Amazon. So does make sense, guys? So almost all the companies maintain the lease line. Almost all the companies maintain this dedicated connection, and this dedicated connection is known as direct connect. Okay, so this dedicated connection, this lease line is known as a direct connect. Okay, is that fine? So are you okay with the concept of a jump host and the best in host? And are you okay with the direct connect? Anyone having any questions here so far? Any questions on your mind? Okay, all right, very, very nice. Okay, so we are going to be using the direct connect as a primary link, and we can actually go and make use of the internet. Okay, we are going to be going and able to make use of this internet connection, okay, as a secondary line. Means if something goes wrong to the direct connect, we should be able to still able to connect to the internet. So I will use this internet connectivity as a secondary alternate option. Okay, it's going to be a secondary alternate option. So question here is that does uh, does this does direct connect still need IGW or NAT? No, Shri, you do not need that. Okay, you do not need that. So IGW or NAT will be only required when you're going to be going and reaching out to the setup from internet. Okay, so you want to use this path or channel as a alternate or a secondary one, right? So if you're going to be using this as a secondary or an alternate path, then you still have to use IGW or NAT in case something goes wrong with your dedicated connection. Okay, is this fine? Any other question, anyone? All right, I don't see any question here. Okay. Okay, so Kajal is saying that right now we are utilizing the secondary path. That is correct, Kajal, right? We are actually trying to use the Amazon services via internet. So that is actually an alternate connectivity for us, right? So companies does not use internet in between. They want to avoid the internet. We don't want to use slow connectivity. We don't want to expose our data traffic onto the public network. Okay, we want to avoid that. All right, this is good. Okay, can we use the DX as an individual? Means you just want to use the direct connect. You don't want to use a secondary path. Is that okay? Yeah, up to you. Perfectly fine. But what you will do in case there is some problem with the line, if there is any kind of a issue going on here, okay, the fiber cable is broken, then how you will connect to the AWS services, right? We need to have a secondary path. Otherwise, if this is working fine, You are good. Okay, you are good. Okay, so Shri is saying that it will be costly. No, Shri, it is actually gonna be much cheaper because you will be getting a very high bandwidth to connect to the Amazon services, and you will be able to complete your work with the Amazon very quickly. Whereas getting the work done from the internet is going to be risky and it is going to be slow. Okay, so getting a connection to the internet is also going to be expensive for the companies. Okay, companies also take a lease line for the internet as well. Okay, your company might be having some kind of a lease line for the internet as well. So you are connected to the internet also on an expensive line, on dedicated line. Okay, all right. Any other question? Okay. All right. So, do you need a quick short 10 minutes break or you're fine to continue? Do you require a short 10 minutes break here or you think you're okay? Okay, let me know. If you need, say yes. If you okay, okay, all right. Okay, so I got a mixed response here. So I do have a few people saying no, break is not required, and I do have a couple of that saying the break is required here. Okay, then in that case, let's go for a quick 10 minutes break here and we'll come back in 10 minutes. Okay, so let's go for a 10 minutes break here. Okay, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. All right, folks. So time up and I'm back here. Let's go and resume our session. Okay. In the meantime, Shubham is also done with the project. So that is great, Shubham. That's a very, very nice. And I think if you are able to complete this project on your own, so this is something you should be proud of. Okay. Really something you should be proud of. Because this is the most, I think the complex topic we have is the most difficult topic which we have, and it's not the easy to do. So if you are able to understand, if you're able to work independently with that, that's a really, really great. Okay, that is something really, really great. It's a very, very good achievement. So rest all the topics in this training programs are very, very easy. Okay, so this one is the most difficult one, and I'm sure you you might have realized that, right? So one of the complex topic we do have, but trust me, we are we are done with it, and rest all the topics which we have, they are super easy. Okay, they all are super easy. Okay, let's go and continue here. Okay, let's go and continue here. So I'm gonna be going and now trying to show you uh, one more service on the networking side. Okay, and the service is known as a CloudFront. Okay, all right, let me bring you here. Okay. So before we go and move on to the next topic, what we are going to be doing is we are actually going to be going and doing some cleanup. Okay, so we don't leave anything running here. So the the first step in the cleanup is that I would like to go and take you to your VPCs. Okay, I want you to be here on your VPCs, and we want to go and try to delete the production VPC. Okay, just go and select the production VPC and go and try to delete that VPC. So I have selected the production VPC here for me. Okay, I've selected the production VPC here. I'll go to action and I will say I would like to go and delete this VPC. So whenever you try to delete a VPC which has some of the running servers, okay, where you already have some of the stuff running, you will not be able to delete it. So it says unable to delete. That means we actually need to go and delete these servers first, and then it will allow us to go and remove these VPCs. So that means you cannot delete a network if you have some of the resources running in that network. Okay, so this particular VPC or the network need to be blank if you want to go and remove that one, if you want to go and get rid of it. All right. So uh, that's the first thing, okay? And Amazon might ask you, question around that one, okay? Amazon may be asking you a question on this that you're trying to delete it, but you're not able to delete. Why? Because you have an active servers over there. So what we're going to be doing is we are actually going to be going and listing all these servers, and right now we do not need any of the instances here, which means we are all good to terminate everything we have created. I'm going to go and select all the servers which we have created here, and I'm going to be going and saying to the instance state and say I would like to go and terminate all of them. Okay, it says, are you sure you're going to delete all three servers? I'm going to say, yep, I'm sure. And you can actually select multiple servers and you can actually delete all of them in a one go. Now, question for you. If I want to protect my production server from accidental deletion, so what should I do? Okay, as I have selected all the servers in this and I'm going to be trying to delete all of them. But in case if I want to protect my servers, so what should I do? Okay. All right. Yep, you are right. Okay. We should go and enable the termination protection. Okay. We should go and use the termination protection. In that way, we'll not be able to go and delete them it's gonna show us that okay, they are logged and cannot be terminated right away. I need to unlock and then I need to terminate. Okay, yep, good. That's very nice. You remember that part. Very good. So right now I terminated all of them. Once you are done deleting, we can go to the dashboard and we can go and check it out that do we have anything running over here? And looks like no, I do not. Okay, these three instances are gonna go away very soon. So we are good. Now I can go over to the VPC dashboard and now I will go and try to delete the production VPC, sales VPC, and finance VPC as well. I'm going to be going and trying to delete all of them now. Okay. All right. Okay. So again, it says you cannot delete this one because there is a one peering connection which is there, which means we need to go and remove the peering connection as well. So I'm going to be going and trying to delete this peering connection. So I'll go and check out what all the peering connections I do have here in my account. I will select those and I will delete those peering connection. All right, so go ahead and delete those peering connections. Okay, so it started deleting it. Okay, it started deleting it. All right, so okay, it says it is deleted. So that was quick. That was very, very nice. I'm gonna be going and trying to delete the VPC again. Okay, so now I'm gonna go and say, let me go and try to delete it one more time. And yes, looks like it is happy now. Okay, looks like it is happy now. But before you go and say, I want to delete this VPC, I also want you to go and, just check this information. It says whenever you are going to be going and trying to delete this VPC, the following resources are also going to be deleted, which means you need not delete the gateway, you need not delete the NAT, you need not delete the routing table separately. All those are gonna be deleted automatically. Okay, I need not to delete the subcomponents within the VPC. I just need to make sure that I do not have any of these servers, and the servers can be running and server can be in the stop state. So no servers are permitted. All the servers should be in the terminate state. Okay, so once you have your VPC clean, you can actually go and choose and say, oh, okay, I can actually go and I can actually go and try to work that through. Let me go and say I want to delete it. Okay, I'm gonna be selecting delete and it's gonna go away. And I'm gonna be doing the same for the other two VPCs as well. All right, and if you were doing the project which I shared with you earlier, okay, if you're doing that project, so I request you to please delete the load balancer also, which we have created. Okay, so as a part of this project, so we were required to create a load balancer. So do remember to delete the load balancer as well. Don't leave that running. I'll get rid of the finance as well. All right. All right, so I only have the default VPC available here. Okay, I'm only left with the default one, which looks very, very good. Okay, this looks very, very good. Uh, okay, so do you remember when Muhammad was working and Muhammad was sharing his screen? So Muhammad got one error. So the error was showing that you have hit the upper limit. Okay, the error was showing that you have hit the upper limit because Muhammad had created 5 VPCs and Muhammad was not able to go beyond that. Okay, let me actually try showing you that real quick. I'm gonna go and say create VPC and I'll give just any name. Okay, I'll call that as a VPC2. You need not to do that. You can just watch me doing it. Okay, I'm gonna say 10.20.0.0.0 and /16. I created one VPC here. Okay, and now I have two VPCs. Okay, I have two VPCs. I'm gonna go and create one more. I know I'm just creating blank, okay, because I just want to show you something. I'll call this one as a third VPC, 10.30.0.0/16. So I got three VPCs here now. I'm gonna go and create one more. I'm gonna say VPC4 10.40.0.0/16. Okay. All right. And I think I have four now. I just have an opportunity to create one more before I see this error. Let's do that. Okay, we are good. So we have created a 5 VPCs and 5 is something which is allowed. If I'm going to be going in trying to create a one more, it's going to go and throw an error at me. Okay, I'll say create a VPC and VPC6. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so this is the error which I was trying to show you. It says you have reached the maximum number of VPCs here. Okay, you have reached the maximum limit here. So you are allowed to create only 5 VPCs in each region. Okay, in every region you will be able to create 5 VPCs over there. All right, now uh, why do we have this limit and where I can go and check these limits? Okay, so these limits are actually available to you here on the EC2 dashboard. So if you are here, if you go to all the services and within the compute, if you go and click on say, I want to work on the EC2 service. So here on the EC2 service itself, you'll be able to see on the left hand side, we have an option here called limits. Okay, we have an option here called limits. And we can actually go and click on here to check it out that what all limits are applicable on our account. So Amazon actually applies, multiple limits on our account. Okay, there are multiple limits which are applicable on our account. So Amazon has created those soft limits. Okay, those are not hard limit. It's not that you cannot go over that. Okay, it's not that you cannot go beyond that. It is just a soft limit here. And why that soft limit exists? Because Amazon want to protect you. Amazon does not want you accidentally creating multiple systems, or you are trying to run some kind of an automation, and with the help of that automation you're going to be going and trying to trying to create multiple servers in a loop. So it is just to help you protect okay, just to protect you, so that you're not going to be creating a lot many resources unintentionally, and you're not going to be incurring so much of charges on your account. Okay, it is definitely going to go and provide you some protection here. All right, so i'm gonna click on the limits here. Okay, if I go and click on the limits, you'll be able to see there are going to be lot many limits available here. You have limit for the launch configuration. You have limit for the auto scaling groups you can create. And I'm sure you're familiar with this, right? And then you have a limit for using different model of servers as well, because Amazon is having a small servers and really huge large servers as well. So you do have some limits associated here with the with the specific models as well. Okay, you have some limits associated with the some models as well. All right, so I can actually filter that out limits based on specific topics. Right now it is actually showing me all the limits here. Okay, there are all the limits which are shown here. I can actually go and say I want a limits only for networking, or I want a limits on the instances, I want a limit on the EBS, or whichever category you want. I'm selecting that I would like to go and see the limits on the networking here. All right, so as soon as you say I want to see the limits on the networking, you will find it is going to be actually showing you limits which are applicable for the VPC. So are you able to locate the limit which are applicable for the VPC, that how many VPCs you can create? And you will find that it is also going to be having some kind of a limitations for the subnets per VPC, that how many subnets you can go and use per VPC. Okay, so while working for your organization, okay, while working for your organization, so if you get any kind of an limit error, okay, if you see any kind of a limit error, which means you actually hit soft limit over there. Okay, there is a soft limit which you have hit, and you can always go and change that. So you have the option to go and change that. Okay, so for example, right now I am actually running out of the VPC. I can actually go and click on here saying I want to change the limits on this particular component. So I can actually go and choose, say, I would like to go and okay, I would like to go and request for limit change. So select this one and go on top and just say request limit increase. So the account which we are currently working on, okay, the account currently which we are working on, if you are going to buy account for your organization, there will not be any difference. Okay, so this account and the account which your company is going to buy, both are going to have same. Okay, both are going to be exactly the same. So the company's account is also going to be protected by these limits. In case if you're thinking you're going to be going and creating more resources, you actually need to go and change these limits. So be keep in mind, if you're thinking you're going to be trying to expand your environment, okay, if you think you're going to be going and trying to grow your environment, so make sure to check the limits in advance, and you to ensure that you have the right limits to expand to work. Okay, So I'm gonna go and say I want to request for limit increase. So whenever you're going to be going in, requesting for the limit increase, you need to provide a justification that why you want more resources. Okay. So here you can see what kind of a support case I'm creating with Amazon. I am actually creating a support for service limit increase. You can actually try that out. Okay, if you want, you can also try this out. You can also go to the VPC and check the limits there, and just click on say increase the limit here. Okay, so once you scroll it down, it says which limit you want to increase, and I want to increase the VPC limit. And if you scroll it down, it says in which region you want to increase that. I'm gonna say I want to go and increase that in North Virginia. Okay, I'm actually gonna go and select, say it's gonna be in North Virginia. It says okay, which specific limit you are looking for. I'm gonna say it is gonna be the number of VPCs per region. It says okay, which is a new limit you are looking for, and I'm gonna say make it 20. Okay, right now the limit is 5, but please make it 20 for me. So I'm gonna scroll it down further, and it says why do you need this? Okay, give me the use case. I'm gonna say I am testing with multiple VPCs. Okay, I'm gonna be trying to do testing, uh, with multiple VPCs, which means more than 5 are involved. Okay, I'm gonna test that where more than 5 are involved, and then I am simply gonna go and say submit. Contact option, that how Amazon is going to contact me. I'll say contact me via email. That's fine. I don't want them to call me, so I will not give phone. This is fine. Web is fine. Okay, they will send an email to me, and I'm gonna simply submit this one. So my request is created, and someone at the Amazon is going to be looking at my request, and they're going to be approving my request, and then uh, then the limit is going to increase. Okay, if they find that yes, that is a good case, they're going to go and increase that limit here on my account. Okay, now if I'm going to be requesting for a limit change, actually I do not have to pay any kind of an extra charges. If I want to use 20 VPCs in my account, they still gonna come at a free. Okay, if I'm changing the limits of any of the resources, that does not mean that I need to pay for those. Okay, so that's not the case. You can actually go and request for limit change for any of the resources you have. In case if you're going to be going and requesting for the EC2, and if you're going to be trying to use EC2 beyond your 750 quota, then definitely you're going to be charged. Does not matter if you are exceeding the number of servers you want to create or not. Okay, so we will check this out tomorrow, that if the limit is increased or not, if the Amazon has actually approved my request or not. So is this okay? So does it make sense to you? So are you with me here? Okay. All right, Mohammed, I see that you are not able to delete your VPCs. Okay, don't worry, we'll help you. We'll check it out that what's the problem, why you're not able to do so. Oh, you can delete it now. Okay, very nice. Okay, because when you try to delete the servers, so sometime shutting down servers takes a little bit of time. Okay, so yep, that's good that you are able to sort that. Very nice. Okay, uh, I think we have a limited time now, and I don't want to start the next topic. Instead, I want to go and share one small topic which is actually related with this. I want to go and talk about one one tool called AWS Trusted Advisor. Okay, we're going to be going and trying to work with that. What exactly this Trusted Advisor is. So within Amazon, we have one tool known as Trusted Advisor. So what this service does, it says AWS Trusted Advisor is an online tool, okay, that provide you real-time guidance. So it gives you real-time guidance, and guidance is a keyword here. Okay, it only give you the guidance, and it is actually going to give you the guidance in all different areas. What are the areas? It is going to give you the guidance on cost optimization, on performance, security, fault tolerant, and service limits. Okay, so it is gonna advise you, it is gonna give you the guidance on these 5 areas. So let's go and try checking out that where exactly the trusted advisor is. I'm gonna take you back here to the AWS dashboard, and you'll find the trusted advisor is gonna be available to you under management and governance section. Okay, underneath the management and governance, we have trusted advisor, or you can go and type it out here in the search box. Okay, is that fine? So let me locate that. As soon as I click on it, it will actually take me to a trusted advisor dashboard. All right, so this is how the trusted advisor dashboard look like. So are you able to locate it? Have you opened this one? Okay, okay. All right, okay. All right, very, very nice. I think everyone is able to locate and open that one. That's good. So you see, it is actually going to be giving us an advice in or the recommendations in 5 different areas. So let's understand what these areas are. Okay, the very first one here is the cost optimization. Okay, the very first one here is the cost optimization. Cost optimization means Amazon is automatically going to be going and automatically going to be going and consulting the CloudWatch. And you know what CloudWatch does? CloudWatch captures the performance statistics. Okay, it's gonna go and consult and say, hey, show me the servers which are having a very, very less utilization. It may be possible that you have taken a large server, but you are not able to use the CPU and the memory on that large server. Let's say you are actually using 8 CPUs and 16 GB of RAM, but your server utilization is just 5%. Okay, so what this cost optimization is going to do, it is actually going to go and give you recommendations that why do you want to use this large server, why not to switch to a smaller one, why not to switch to a server which is going to be having a less CPU and memory. Okay, instead of using such a huge big machine, why not to switch to something smaller. All right, so that is what is going to be coming here in the cost optimization. And second is going to be about the performance. It is also going to be going and checking the servers which you have selected. And if it finds that you have selected a kind of different servers or not the right server, it's going to guide you that use the right server. For example, if you are using some of the graphics, it'll ask you to choose the server which is going to be designed for graphics. If you are using more CPU,
then it's going to give you a recommendation that why not to use the compute optimized servers. For databases, it's going to give you that you will get a good performance if you use M-series or memory optimized servers. Okay, it's going to be giving you that guidance. We have one section here called security. And within security, what it is going to be doing? Within the security, it is actually going to be going and checking that how you have configured your firewalls and your firewall rules are good or not. Are you opening your firewalls to the world? Okay, is that something you are using 0000? If so, it is actually going to be going and highlighting some of the problems which you need to fix. Okay, it is going to show some of the problems which you should fix. So next is the fault tolerant, and I think the fault tolerant is a very good example which we did today. If you're gonna be going and creating all your servers in a single zone, or if you're gonna be going and running your application on one single server, it's gonna flag that as a risk to you. Okay, it's gonna be going and showing that as a risk to you. It's gonna share that okay, you are trying to run a server, you're trying to run an application on a single zone or maybe on a single server. If that data center goes down or if that server goes down, it is going to be impacting your application. Okay, it's going to be causing a downtime, and you will not be having a tolerance to any kind of fault or problems. Is this okay? And the last one which we have here is the service limit, and service limit is something which we have just discussed, right? So it is going to be keeping a track of it, that are you within the service limits or you are actually about to hit or cross the service limits. Okay, it's actually going to give you a heads up that okay, you are trying to use almost 85% of the resources, you're going to hit the upper limit very soon. So do you want to change the limit? That is something you will be able to capture it here. That is something you will be able to change it here. Okay, that is something which is possible here. All right, is this okay, guys? Now, one very important thing which you need to remember here, okay? One most important thing which you need to remember here. So, which is a trusted advisor is only going to provide you recommendations, okay? It will not be able to do anything on its own. It won't be able to do anything on its own. Its job is only to give you guidelines. Its job is to only give you recommendation, but it's your decision whether you want to implement it or not. So trusted advisor will not be able to change anything for you automatically. Okay, so if you see any kind of an option coming up in the exam which says trusted advisor is gonna save money for you, it's gonna change servers for you, or it's gonna automatically configure a high availability for you or change the fault tolerance for you, that is all incorrect. Trusted advisor cannot change anything automatically. It can only give you guidance. It can only give you recommendation. Okay. It can only give you recommendation. It can only give you guidance. All right. So do you want to change it or not? That is your decision. Okay. One more thing which I want to share here with you. So you might have noticed that, it is actually showing some numbers here for security, but it is not showing anything under the cost optimization, anything under the performance. It is not showing anything under the fault tolerance, right? I am not able to see any of those here. Not able to see anything here. And the reason I'm not able to see anything here is actually reason is given toward the end of the page. If I scroll this down toward the end,
Okay, you have one message here, and the message reads that upgrade your support plan to unlock all recommendations, which means I am using a free tier, I am using a basic support plan in which all recommendations from trusted advisor is not available. Okay, in this I'll not be able to use all the recommendations from the I'll not be able to see all the recommendations from the trusted advisor. Okay, so what are the different support plans which are available from Amazon? Let me share that with you, that what are the different support plans which are available. Okay, okay, I'm just trying to find the slide for you which I need to share. Okay, here it is. Okay, so these are the 4 different support plans we have. So do you remember you also selected when creating a free tier account? So you selected that I want to go for basic support plan, which is free. Okay, the basic support plan, which is free. And you don't have any kind of a technical support here. You don't have any kind of an SLA for the response time. And you get all the basic features of trusted advisor. You will not get all the features of trusted advisor. You can also go and use a developer uh, uh, developer support plan, and it is going to be available to you for just $49 per month. Again, you will only have a basic access to the trusted advisor, but you can actually go and contact Amazon via email. You have a technical help available from Amazon via email, and the response time is actually going to be very long. If you're a developer and not working with any of the critical issue, and if you need any kind of a help or support from Amazon, so I think developer support plan is very nice, where Amazon is actually going to be coming back to us and responding via email. But when we are actually going to be going and working for the production environment, right? Whenever we are actually going to be working in the environment where we are handling production servers, where we are handling mission critical servers, okay? So in that case, okay, in that case, we actually want to depend on some real-time support. You can either go and choose business, or you can either choose for enterprise. And these type of supports are actually very expensive. But in this case, you will be able to go and contact the engineer, and you can contact them via email, chat, phone, screen share, and you have a very quick response time from Amazon to help you with your problems. And this is kind of a mandatory if you're going to be going and having some production workload. Okay, this is going to be very helpful. All right, is this okay? So for exam, I would like you to remember that we do have a 4 different support plans from Amazon. We have basic, developer, business, and enterprise. Amazon might give you a question that uh, you know you are trying to set up a new account for your company, where you're going to be going and keeping some production servers, and those are actually mission critical servers. Those are actually running applications which are very important. So which kind of support plan you're going to be going and recommending? Okay, so if something is very critical, very important, I will definitely go and recommend the enterprise support plan. Okay, definitely going to be going and recommending enterprise support plan. Okay, any questions you have for this? Anything on your mind? So what we have discussed for the trusted advisor. Trusted advisor only provide you the recommendations. Okay, it does not. It only give you the guidance. It does not have the power to change anything, modify anything, create anything for you. It can only provide you the guidance. Yeah, can only give you the guidance. And the next one is we do have different support plans. We have basic, developer, business, and enterprise. Enterprise is the best one, and basic is free. All right. So I think that that's all I would like to cover for you for today. Anyone having any questions here? Okay. Anyone having any questions for today? I know we actually covered a kind of a huge monster topic that is VPC, and we covered with the project as well. And that is, I think, a huge accomplishment for us. Okay, that's actually a huge accomplishment for us. And if you are able to work on the VPC independently, nothing like it. Okay, so most of the people actually go and fail on the VPC part. Very, very nice. Rest all the stuff is gonna be standard and is gonna be easy. So we are done with the difficult day today. Okay, any final questions, comments, suggestions before we close today's day? All good? Okay. All right, then we will call it a day. Okay, so thank you so much for your time today. Okay, thank you so much for the time you spent today. So we are gonna be going and connecting with you tomorrow morning. So enjoy your rest of the evening. Okay, so we'll talk tomorrow morning. Bye for now.